Fellow Falcoholics, what is up? Welcome to the Falcoholic Live's NFL Draft Party 2023. I'm your host, Kevin Knight at Falcoholic Kevin, here with my co-host to get us started this evening. He is Will McFadden at Will McFadden, host of our sister show on the Believe Network, Believe in Falcons, also a good friend of mine and another compatriot at the Falcoholic. Will, I did make you a nameplate that also had like the Believe logo in it to help the hashtag brand, but the size was wrong, so I had to switch back to the Falcoholic one I had in my back pocket. So, sorry about that, Believe. Sorry about that.
Oh, man. Already with the excuses.
I know.
It's okay. Thank you for having me on, man. I'm excited as always to talk draft with you. Like, there's no better time. This is truly the biggest night in college football. Which always makes college football people mad when I say that, but it can't be the NFL's biggest night because they have the Super Bowl. So it's the biggest night in college football, but it's also pretty important for us NFL heads as well. So I'm excited to talk some Falcons draft with you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, before we're going to get into entirely draft coverage tonight, but before we do, I do want to read off a quick message from our sponsor, BetOnline. Today's show is brought to you by betonline.ag, your number one source for all your sports betting needs, including info, stats, news, and scores. Get the latest odds and lines for this year's NBA playoffs. Maybe you're feeling overly confident in the Falcons, right? Especially after tonight, you might be. You could bet on Atlanta to win the NFC South or even the NFC Championship before the rest of the league catches up to that hype train. Of course, that's likely to end in disappointment. So you've been warned, but it's up to you. No matter what you do, though, BetOnline is always your sports information headquarters this season, as they've got you covered for all your sports wagering needs: basketball, MLB, NHL hockey, all the way to UFC and boxing. BetOnline is the fastest and easiest way to get your betting info, including live betting options and your favorite casino and card games you can play right from your home. Head to the website today or use your mobile device to get in on the action. Be sure to use our promo code BELIEVE to receive your 50% welcome bonus on your first deposit. BetOnline, where the game starts. Will, I know you're very familiar with that ad read, so maybe I should have tagged you in for one of these two, but
I can do it in my sleep.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, do I even need the script anymore? I still use it because this is, but do we need it? But thanks to BetOnline, obviously, for their support of the show. Really appreciate that. And thanks, of course, to George Costanza, the show benefactor, for this lovely new camera, and also allowing me to use my secondary camera so that Will can actually see me, probably for the first time.
Actually, no, I didn't even think of that. Yeah, usually I'm just talking to a big logo.
Yes, so, it helps in multiple ways, but appreciate George for that. And, of course, George, the benefactor for tonight's George Costanza NFL Shop giveaway. We will be giving away a $50 NFL Shop card tonight, also tomorrow night, and on day 3, courtesy of George Costanza. And, of course, we will have one for our patrons as well. That's an exclusive giveaway just for the patrons. We'll have instructions for that. The giveaway will officially start at 8 when the draft starts, and it'll end at 10. So we will have instructions go out at 8, but you can also find the instructions you need in the show description on YouTube if you want to read it, but we'll have a little graphic. It's very simple, but just want to make sure everyone gets a chance to enter that. And again, thanks to George for hooking us up with that. So, all right, that's enough of the plugs of the the George Costanza love. No, I'm just kidding. There's no end to that. And George is going to do a victory lap if it's Bijan, because he was on the Bijan train with us early on. Will, a lot of activity today before the draft. Always seems like there is. Big one, obviously, Lamar Jackson getting that big deal. I know you have some thoughts on that and just the quarterback situation in general. Why don't you take us away?
Well, I mean, I think that for starters, like, it's not a surprise to a lot of people that he's back in Baltimore, even though this has been such a long and strenuous at times journey. It always made sense. Like, that was a team that had, in a lot of ways, been built around a very unique player. There was no situation he was probably walking into that was as ready-made for him. Maybe outside of Atlanta, like, you can make that case, and a lot of fans did. But I think the number, which is larger than the guaranteed number, if the reports are accurate, than what Jalen Hurts got. And we're just seeing everything tick up and up and up and up and up. And the value of having a quarterback on a rookie deal, which is, that's not a new idea in any way, shape, or form. Like, we've been talking about it earnestly since Russell Wilson did it with Seattle and really kind of popularized it under the new CBA with the rookie salary cap. But just how the Falcons are approaching this. And, it's smart, I think, to go with Desmond Ridder. Obviously, Marcus Mariota last year was a bargain. They're paying Taylor Heineke really, really, really good backup money, but you're able to do something like that because of the money you're saving at the biggest position. So it just got me thinking, as we're seeing this former crop of like the best rookies, your Joe Burrows, your Josh Allens, your Jalen Hurtses, your Lamar Jacksons, they're now hitting this big payday. How do these teams figure that all out? Because that is the big challenge of the salary cap era. And also then, like, what do the Falcons learn from this? If Desmond Ridder is great, cool. He's going to become very expensive sooner rather than later then. Do you continue to look at this position in the draft and just kind of keep rolling back? It just got my mind spinning when it came to how we, value quarterbacks, and we talk about positional value in the draft. Then, teams should just take quarterbacks all the time. They should always try to have a good rookie quarterback, on a rookie contract. And I don't know. It just makes me think about it. What about you, Kevin?
Yeah, it's sort of like, I think it's like, in some ways, the argument that people like to use for running backs. Obviously, the money involved with running backs is significantly lower, but there's something to it. And I do wonder, in some ways, you look at how Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot are building out this roster, and it doesn't look like they're going all in on an expensive quarterback option. They didn't pursue Lamar Jackson. Of course, you and I believe, that has more to do maybe with like Lamar not being available ever, like, and everyone sort of knowing it. But they committed to Desmond Ridder verbally, and we'll see after tonight whether that was, lip service or serious or whatever. But I think I'm pretty confident that the Falcons will not be drafting a quarterback tonight. May not draft a quarterback, period, in this draft. And they're going with a less expensive option, someone who's a third-round pick. And, could they continue to consider quarterbacks in the future? Absolutely. And that's the thing with, if you're not paying big money to a quarterback or investing super premium picks, you're not really tied to that player past the current year. If Desmond Ridder falters, and obviously we're pulling for him and hope that he can have a lot of success here in Atlanta. Like, if he does falter, the Falcons have total flexibility to get a quarterback in free agency, trade for a quarterback, or draft someone next year with basically no penalty except for maybe a lackluster 2023 season. And it's really an interesting way to go about it. Really, a lot of the way that Arthur Smith and Terry Fontenot have built this roster sort of flies in the face of the sort of NFL consensus. And I think one of the more entertaining things this offseason has been trying to sort of explain to people those things. Like, the Falcons don't really use a slot receiver. The Falcons prioritize tight ends. They prioritize running backs, offensive line. They don't prioritize wide receivers. And, they're going cheap at quarterback, quote unquote. And I don't know, maybe there's something to be said about zigging where the rest of the NFL is zagging and not just doing the same thing as everybody else.
I think you're definitely onto something there. In fact, I was listening to the Athletic Football Show a couple of days ago, and they were doing their final kind of mock draft. I think it was just top 10, but they were basically having all of their beat reporters come on and do the mock draft exercise and make the pick for their team. And Josh Kendall, who covers the Falcons for the Athletic, was on, and he said something very similar. He wouldn't go as far as saying that Arthur Smith thinks he's the smartest person in the room. He said, look, I'm not saying that I think that, but he does get the sense, and you and I have been in press conferences with Arthur Smith, and I think I get exactly where Josh is coming from here. You get the idea that he thinks a little bit differently than everybody else, and maybe he thinks he's figured something out that maybe he's a step ahead of others on. And I totally respect that. In a lot of ways, he is if he is, behind closed doors, like talking that talk, he's walking that walk, because he's got such a refreshing take on an old school formula for football. Like, the ground game is the featured part of his offenses, but he does it in a way that advances the passing game and also keeps defenses afraid of that passing game to make the run game kind of more effective. So it's like, you're exactly spot on. Just all the tight ends, no real slot receivers, just these big guys. Like, he's building essentially, like, they want to go 5 wide with like 5 small forwards. And it's interesting. It's a mad scientist type of mindset that I like, but it's grounded in something more fundamental than like your Chip Kellys, right? And that is where I have all the respect in the world for Arthur Smith. And yeah, in a lot of ways, I think he is kind of ahead of the curve, but that curve could be catching up to him, which is why I'm really curious to see where they go in this draft, and kind of why I think it's enticing to think of Bijan Robinson a little bit, is just like, how do they stay ahead of the game? Because in the NFL, they spent all offseason trying to catch up and figure out, all right, how do we stop what got us last year? And the Falcons got a lot of teams last year, and I don't think they will with the same bag of tricks in 2023.
Yeah, no, I think you're absolutely right. It's, it's sort of underrated. Like, what you look at how teams, this is a copycat league. We all know this. Like, teams look at who won the Super Bowl, who's in the playoffs, who are the best teams. And they, obviously it's human nature to be like, what did they do right? Let's emulate that. Mm-hmm. But I also think there's something to be said for being a trendsetter and being like, well, if this is what everyone's doing, everyone's playing 11 personnel, everyone's going 3 wide receivers and trying to spread defenses out and force guys into nickel and all this stuff. What if we take advantage of the way defenses are starting to play, which is an emphasis on the pass rush, an emphasis on lighter boxes, on lighter mm-hmm. personnel to counter these passing games, and we just run it down their throat. We get a bunch of tight ends who can block and catch and just make life hell for the defenses that want to play nickel, want to play dime against us, and basically force them to play their third linebacker that they spent, $1 million on to play most of the snaps, and I think it's an interesting strategy. Obviously, the risk when you do stuff like that is that it doesn't work. There's a reason maybe nobody else is doing it, but there's also the chance that you start a different trend. You start to sort of push things the other direction, and the Falcons are not the only team exploring having this type of offense. You look at the 49ers, the Titans, mm-hmm. obviously with Arthur Smith, were another team like that. Even the Ravens to some extent with Lamar and their run game. Like, there are teams starting to go in this direction of sort of bucking the trend and trying to go to a heavier package. And you wonder, on the topic of Bijan, is this one of the dominoes that falls? Like, if the Falcons take Bijan Robinson and they have the NFL's best rushing attack and are a lot better than people think with Bijan at the head, does this start to shift the NFL's consciousness again to be like, well, maybe we don't just all have to play 11 personnel all day and throw the ball 50,000 times. So, I wonder that as well. If this could be one of those moments that starts to change the perception of a player, because we haven't really had that running back come in and just be a home run in the top 10. Saquon, as good as he is, has dealt with injury. Same thing with Christian McCaffrey. He got trapped on that awful Panthers team for so many years. He just wasn't able to really break out of that. Almost did it with the 49ers this year. The moment he got traded. And then you look at like Todd.
When did Zeke get drafted?
Zeke? What was it? 20?
Was he like the back half of the first round?
No, I think he was top 5.
Okay, yeah, like I would put him up there.
Yeah, and it's like none of these have like paid off. And Todd Gurley, definitely was really close. Yeah, and if not for that degenerative knee condition, which is not a typical injury either, I think people would look at that way differently. So it's interesting. And I think we haven't had like that LaDainian Tomlinson, that Marshall Faulk, that type of guy come out of the draft and really make their mark on the league to such an extent in a long time. But you look at a guy like Bijan and you wonder, like, if this guy stays healthy, if the Falcons do utilize him to the fullest extent as both a receiver and a runner, they could change the way teams view running backs, like, going forward with a pick like this.
Absolutely. I mean, yeah, it's. I don't think that they would do anything to reinvent the wheel, but that's kind of the beauty of it. Is I feel as though a player like Bijan and like a lot of these running backs that come out, maybe not Saquon because he always freelances for that home run hit, and that was the thing going back to college. Hi, Dave.
I did,
But he I think he would be such a patient runner. Like that was something in Texas where like he is so quick in the hole that you give him just like he can do so much on his own, but behind an offensive line like Atlanta's and with a scheme that would give him a really, really solid run lane more often than not. I think like he would still be your feature 1A, and then you allow Tyler Algier to come in and be a really elevated 2A, and that's where you still keep Bijan on the field. But like I don't think Arthur Smith would try to turn him into the way the Saints use Alvin Kamara or Christian McCaffrey, because I don't think he should. I think like this is an offense that focuses on his running ability first and foremost, but he's such an A+ in that area as well. And then he's also like a B+ as a receiver that's where you get excited is kind of what he can do. He could be Zeke on the ground. He could be probably the closest thing to Todd Gurley that we have seen, since Todd Gurley with what he's just able to do in both phases of the game.
Yeah, and welcome in Dave Chioda as well, the boss man at the Falcoholic himself. Dave, you've got your own craft beer, so we have to honor the brews part of the pod by asking. I guess I didn't ask what beer that Will was having as well, but Dave, what are you drinking tonight?
Heavy Yingling.
Okay,
classic, I'm drinking appropriately enough for tonight a Sexy Chaos from Marsh Island Brewing. It's
I
Russian
like that. It's
Imperial Stout.
Very appropriate. I like that. Yeah, Russian Imperial.
Yeah,
Dave going heavy tonight. Yeah, no holds barred.
It's
you
gonna
make it through
man.
the pick? Yeah. Yeah, we were. I got from a local place here that I just found. It's called Bullfinch Brewing. It's called Acid Splash. It is a cocktail sour made with gin botanicals, and it is awesome. So I had one glass of it, and I was like, all right, I'm getting this for the draft. Nice 8.4% here. So we'll be good to go here by the time the Falcons pick comes in. That's for sure. But yeah, Dave. How are you feeling? We're just minutes away from the kickoff of the draft here. Well, of course they're going to take their time, probably not actually start at 8, but yeah.
Yeah, but no, I'm feeling good. Honestly, for all the discussion about, everything this year, right? Like fighting over prospects, fighting over quarterbacks, etc. that we've done, like Falcons had a good free agency period. I feel really good about what they've added, and I feel really good about their ability to add a good player tonight. There are very few guys that they could take at 8 that would make me even a little bit upset, so it's I'll save being upset maybe for the second day when they take somebody I don't like. But right now it just feels like a great position. So I'm excited to see what they do. And for once, I'm not like, oh no, are they going to do something I hate? Or, are they making a catastrophic mistake or anything like that? I guess it was kind of like that last year too. Like London was a surprise pick, but I understood it. So.
Yeah.
Surprising to me. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Like I think, were you on Jermaine Johnson with me last year? I can't remember who was your guy.
Gosh, I barely remember. I definitely was interested in Johnson. I think I was not super interested in investing in a wide receiver right after they invested in Kyle Pitts, but that's another way in which this year, if they take Bijan, I'm kind of ready for that, because that's what they do with top 10 picks, is pick up these high upside weapons. So great,
Yeah, why not? Well, we were just talking about the Falcons seemingly sort of bucking the trend with the way that Fontenot and Arthur Smith are building this team. They're going for this heavy personnel, like 2 to 3 tight ends, multiple running backs, like really saying, we don't need your slot receivers. Get out of here, slot receivers. And it's not, and they're going cheap at quarterback. Lamar Jackson just signed this giant extension, so it's like, well, that was never going to happen, and maybe we take a little bit of a victory lap about that at some point, but it's, what do you think about that idea that they're sort of saying, we know how the rest of the NFL thinks you need to win, and we're choosing to go in a different direction?
Yeah, I think if you look at sort of the backgrounds of both Terry Fontenot and Arthur Smith, it's not that surprising. We look at the way that Tennessee's offense worked. It was a run-heavy You know, very infrequent use of a slot receiver type of offense. And so in some ways, even though it's bucking a trend, it's not bucking a trend for Arthur Smith. It's just versus, you know, a pass heavy league that emphasizes these things. So on that front, it makes a lot of sense. And then I think if you look at Fontenot, he's a pro personnel guy who came from New Orleans, which is a quirky team in so many ways. Quirky is the nicest thing I'll ever say about them. But you know, they you know, have always had cap problems. They had a shorter quarterback. They really emphasized, I think, you know, having elite guards because of that. So they, you know, both of them are used to building offenses in maybe slightly unconventional ways. And so it's not a surprise to me that maybe they're going to do some things that other teams haven't, because certainly since the moment they got here and they took a tight end higher than any other tight end has ever been taken instead of a, you know, a young quarterback. And since they've, you know, emphasized the run to the degree that they have, we knew that they were going to be a little bit different than the rest of the league. So I think that's part of the reason why, you know, you can't be surprised if they take Bijan tonight, if they take Skoronski, or, you know, whatever they might do, is they have shown us where their personal trend is going. And maybe it's not the same direction as the rest of the NFL, but certainly we know where they're going.
Yeah, and it's really exciting, and we'll obviously have a lot to talk about as this thing gets started. We'll get to everyone's sort of predictions and where we're leaning, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time figuring out if this is like going to be the easiest one to predict so far or the hardest, because I feel like it's going to be one or the other. It's like, okay, it's Bijan, or it's like, oh, it's not Bijan, and then we have no idea basically who it's going to be. But I don't know. To me, this is kind of what happened last year, right? Where everyone sort of coalesced around Drake London late, the big guys that we know are pretty connected to the Falcons, like Peter King. You know, we're mocking Drake London this year. That player seems to be Bijan Robinson. And, you know, I sort of want to take credit for that, along with, you know, Will and some others, you know, Eric Robinson, Aaron Freeman, of like, we've been carrying the Bijan torch and like talking this up for months. And like, it started as a little bit of a bit, right? Because it's, you know, Bijan, polarizing player, you know, someone who really, you know, sparks conversation no matter where he goes. But the other side of it was like, it's not just a bit, because like they don't care about positional value. They've shown us that they don't care. They've shown us that they like rare, unique offensive players like Kyle Pitts, and they're willing to take them really high. So in that way, it's not really surprising at all that they would be considering Bijan. And now we sort of have the confirmation from all over, from all walks, basically, of the NFL landscape, that the Falcons really, really do like Bijan. So I guess I'm curious. I'll go to you first on this one. What do you think this is like legit? Is this all some kind of smoke screen, or is it sort of like last year where maybe the Falcons have really zeroed in on a guy and they're sort of comfortable with the NFL knowing, and if they want them, you know, if they want to get him, they're going to have to get in front of him.
Well, you know, I almost never trust the player who's like been most closely linked to a team. It's just kind of the basic rule that I have. However, and I appreciate you naming me amongst those who were carrying the standard for Bijan Robinson from the very beginning. I don't know if I truly belong amongst that group. I was kind of like a late convert, because I'm a big,
okay.
I really liked what Tyler Algier did last year. But I just think that the more I watched Bijan and the more I thought about it, like, I think the world can coexist with both of them on the field at the same time. And so this is less like an anti-Tyler Algier thing and more just like a pro, let's just get dudes on offense that other teams are going to be a little bit afraid of. And I trust Arthur Smith to figure that out. So that's a little bit of where you see them maybe bucking the positional value. It's because they're not really trying to play the exact same type of game as everybody else. So if you're stacking the boards based on, hey, we're usually going to be playing 11 personnel, so we need a slot receiver and we want, you know, a running back who can do the first two downs, and then we also want a pass catching running back who can block. Like, they're all fishing in the same ponds for the same types of players. And if you're trying to play a different game, which I think the Falcons have proven that they can play multiple different types of games, and in fact, that's kind of the point, is that they want to, from game to game, be totally different, then you're going to think a little bit differently, and you're going to place value on maybe somebody like a Peter Skoronski because, yeah, we're going to run the ball maybe 112 more times than anybody else in our division. So, like, the value for a guard is a little bit higher here. Like, same with a running back, same with all these positions. So that's where I'm really curious to see this draft in particular, because I know they've started to develop a little bit of that trend of offense, and particularly some of these exciting offensive playmakers that we spend months talking about. But after what they did on the defensive side of the ball, and, you know, this feels more like a cherry on top of the offseason rather than the full-blown main course of the offseason. So what do they do with it? That's what I'm really curious. I think we'll learn a little bit more about their preferences, what they truly value, the positions that they want to have a lot of depth in. That's why I think they could still go corner. Like, it's just really exciting.
Yeah, it is a really exciting situation because they filled basically all of their biggest needs. And like at edge, like I was talking about the other day, it's like they don't even need to add another one. Like, they really don't need to.
Field?
Yeah.
How do you see the field?
It's like they're probably not married to Bud Dupree, but that contract's like over $2.5 million guaranteed, so they're clearly expecting him to play. So it's like, are they cutting D'Angelo Malone for someone? I mean, it seems like if they take an edge, which we're not saying they're not going to do that, but like, this guy may be like a game day inactive type of player until they prove that they can earn snaps. And obviously, if they get someone like a Tyree Wilson at the top, who we've talked about, like, Tyree Wilson's going to play. Like, he's going to be on the field. He's going to play. Like, there's no question about that. But it sort of makes you think, and the cornerback is, you know, obviously after the Casey Hayward release, there's a little bit more space on the depth chart there, but we know they like D. Alford. I mean, they gave him number 20, you know, so, I mean, I'm expecting Pro Bowl things now. And, you know, I mean, it's an elite number. So, you know, he was 37, which is, he was 37, and it was like, okay, that's a good safety number, but I don't know if he's a corner. I don't know if it's going to work. Now that he's number 20, I'm all in on D. Alford. So, but yeah, Dave, I'm curious what you think too. Like, are you sort of coalescing around the Bijan thing, or do you think it might just be a really elaborate smokescreen?
I think they like him. I'm still not convinced they're going to take him, and, you know, take that with a grain of salt, because I was not convinced they were going to take Kyle Pitts. I was not convinced they were going to take Drake London. So clearly there's a trend line here. But I do think they like him. And I think it's kind of one of those things where, like, he's a great player. The Falcons are clearly going to be interested in a perhaps, you know, generational talent at running back. So, like, I don't think that interest is fake or anything like that. I do tend to think that, you know, based on some of the reports that we had heard earlier, some that, you know, are still kind of in the background here, that they are interested in some of the top defenders in this class. And I think they do have a little bit of a logjam at cornerback and edge. I don't think it stops them from drafting a guy, because a lot of that logjam is players who, you know, haven't produced to this point or are on 1-year deals, right? So you have, you know, a couple of options at each position group. With corner, it's Okudah and AJ Terrell, right, who, you know, you're going to count on this year. And then on the edge, you've got Calais Campbell, you've got Arnold Ebiketie, and maybe Bud Dupree. And beyond that, I don't think, you know, if they're serious about, we're always going to add to these positions, we're always going to pick the best player available, I still think there's a decent chance that somebody like Christian Gonzalez or Tyree Wilson, if they make it to 8, are the best players on their board over Bijan. Do I think that if they swap down a few picks, or if the board doesn't, you know, if the first 7 picks come in and they don't fall maybe the way that the Falcons would like, and they don't get that there, would they hesitate to take him? I don't think so. I buy that the interest is legitimate. I just think that there's more likely to be a defender, or maybe Skoronski, maybe Paris Johnson, when we come to 8, that they're actually a little bit more interested in. So,
yeah. No, I think that's very true. And, you know, the draft has officially started, folks. I believe the Panthers are on the clock now. So we're going to try not to tip anything before it's announced on the broadcast. You know, I know we probably can't police all 340 of you out that are here. But I would ask for the Falcons specifically, please do not spoil the Falcons picks in particular. I don't know that we'll be able to keep everything secret, but if you want to be safe and not see the pick, I would just like, probably don't look at the chat, until we announce it on the stream. If you want to be extra safe, or just watch the TV and sort of look away from the stream, please leave it open still, so we get the view. But yeah, well, I do want to keep going on this discussion, but now that everyone's here, I do want to officially talk about our NFL Shop giveaway, sponsored by George Costanza, of course. So we will be giving away one $50 NFL Shop card tonight. We'll be giving one away on day 2 and then one away on day 3. We'll also be having a patron exclusive giveaway. And all you need to do to join that one is just be an active patron when we give it away on day 3. So that's one other option for people. To join the giveaway, we're going to start it up here soon, but there's a couple things we need to do, and I'll give you guys a few minutes to make sure, because you have to be subscribed for 5 minutes before it counts it or whatever. So succinct here, and we'll show this a couple more times throughout the show. Our giveaway, there's 3 steps you need to do to join. So first of all, you have to subscribe to the Falcoholic on YouTube, because you have to be able to chat to join it. And we would also just like you to subscribe. That would be cool. You have to join the Falcoholic Discord, so we can actually give you your prize, and also that would also be cool if you would join the Discord. Optionally, you can also subscribe and leave us a 5-star review on your platform of choice. Those would also be cool, but we're not going to police that. But please do that. And then all you have to do is join the giveaway on the live stream. There will be a chat prompt for that, and then you will need to be present when we draw it. We will make it clear when the drawing will be, and let us know your Discord username in the chat, so we can make sure we're giving the card to the right person. And that's all you need to do. So we'll plug this a couple more times. The giveaway will probably run for 2 hours, so you don't have to. We're not gonna make you stay all through the first round, but probably most of it. So yeah. But again, thanks to George for setting that up. We really appreciate that. It's gonna be a lot of fun. And unfortunately, with the way today's inflation is going, probably not going to get you, a full jersey, but you could probably get the first half of a jersey, like the top or the bottom, maybe the front or the back. Obviously draft hats, other stuff, or you could put it towards your, something. So we won't, whatever you want to use it for. You don't even have to buy Falcon stuff if you're just a fan of another team. So, all right, let me read off a couple of tips here before we get totally inundated with them. First of all, George Costanza with the $2. Thank you, George. He says, look at the eyeballs we got in here for the draft. I feel like the channel has grown since last year's draft. Definitely has. As long as we keep our 7th round pick so we can take Bumper Pool and Stequavius Bennett, we got to make you guys earn it on Saturday. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they buck the trend of getting rid of all their 7th round picks. Please, Terry, please do. I don't need you to just pick in the 4th round. If you want to add a 5th rounder or something, it will be entertained a little bit longer. I'm into that. Just 7th rounders, we can get rid of those. That's fine. We got Noah Cook with the $10. Thank you so much, Noah. What's up, man? Says, much love to you guys and everyone joining tonight. If we could get Tyree Wilson or Devon Witherspoon, I'll be a happy man. But honestly, don't think we can go wrong here at our number 8 pick. Rise up, baby. Yes, all good choices there, Noah. I tend to think that those 2 names will be at the top of their list or close to it. So we could definitely see those guys if they happen to fall to 8. And then this is the revolt with the $3 with a very simple one. Shut up and take my money. Will do, buddy. Thank you for that. So, yeah. So, are they announcing the Panthers pick now? I can't tell. I know they're on stage. I can never tell, especially early.
It's Tyree Wilson just went number 1.
Will Levis, yeah.
Uh-huh.
We're not intentionally leaking it. If it is Will Levis, we don't actually know.
It's Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, Hendon Hooker, baby. Yeah, it's the draft has officially started. Like I said, the Panthers are on the clock. We should be getting their pick here shortly. Are they even on the clock officially? I mean, I don't even see a timer yet. So honestly, I don't know. They might not even be on the clock. We know that they take their time to get started here. They got Mahomes coming out on stage. So I don't actually see a pick timer. So they may not even be on the clock. I may have been lying to you guys this whole time, but it's okay.
You know how Roger Goodell always comes out with a little kid or a choir or something so that he tries to avoid all the boos. He should just this year come out with Dan Snyder so that he knows at least the boos aren't for him. He should just totally play into it and just come out arm in arm with Dan Snyder and just absorb all the booze. Use him as a boost.
Get him all out of the way, and it should be good to go. I guess maybe the Panthers aren't on the clock, so who knows? But at any rate, we're here to continue delivering the takes. And Dave, I do want to get some more thoughts here on sort of. I guess we should talk about the Panthers at 1. I mean, I think it's not the most interesting pick because I think we all know more or less where they're going. But I'm curious, Dave, do you think there's going to be any sort of 11th hour sneaky guy, or do you really think it's probably just going to be Bryce Young?
I think it's going to be Bryce Young. I think he's, people have said it, right? Like he's an outlier in terms of size. To the extent that maybe you worry about that. But as a quarterback, in terms of how ready he is to be a successful quarterback in the league, I think he's been the obvious choice. And I think we do this almost every year, right? There's been a couple of surprises in the last couple of years with the top pick, but most of the time, I think it ends up being the best quarterback goes first overall, the same as we thought, they would in early January, but there's intrigue. Certainly with the Panthers trading up for the first pick, there were question marks. But to me, he's kind of the obvious choice. And so he is who I expect to go. And I guess if I was going to pick a curveball that they could throw here, it would be Anthony Richardson, just because of the absolutely insane potential there. So it's kind of weighing, do you want the guy who's already a really good quarterback and maybe you worry about how short he is, or do you want the guy who has all the tools to be a great quarterback down the line? Probably not all that far from now with the right coaching staff. So it should be more interesting than it is because they can go in a bunch of different directions, but I think it's clearly Bryce Young at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think it should be. I'm curious, Will, do you feel the same way? Do you think it's sort of just kind of a boring layup at this point?
I feel exactly the way that Dave does. It's probably going to be Bryce Young. The only, is there 0.02% of me that's like, what if they just go Jalen Carter and like we've just been freaking out about all of the Jalen Carter stuff forever, and it was all just but like they have the number 1 pick, that wouldn't have made any sense anyway. So it's going to be Bryce Young, but Anthony Richardson would be the home run swing. We saw the reports today that it's like Anthony Richardson's going to go higher than a lot of people think. I know that for a fact, and I don't think that means it's going to be number 1. I actually think, there's a chance that maybe it's number 4, and maybe the Will Levis and Colts thing has been a little bit of a smokescreen to stop somebody from trading up to 3 to grab Richardson. But who knows? I mean, my biggest thing now is, let's say it is Bryce Young, as we all expect. Falcons Panthers to open week 1 of the 2023 season on the road in Carolina. Like, are you afraid of Bryce Young in that setting? Like, how does this impact the way you feel about the Panthers?
Yeah, I mean, I think Bryce is like one of the scarier ones for them to take, because I just think Bryce is really, really good. Like, obviously he is an outlier in terms of size, but he's just really good. Like, I honestly don't care. It's sort of like how I feel about Bijan. It's like, well, he's just really good. I don't care about the running back thing. He's just really good. And sometimes you just take the really good guy and you figure it out. And the Panthers, the one thing that has kept the Panthers from being legitimate is the quarterback. Like, that defense has been fine to good.
Yeah.
Basically every year. And it just doesn't matter because that offense was a dumpster fire with the carousel of guys they just continue to trot out. I mean, this is going to be a dunking on Matt Rule segment. Like, they had so many opportunities to add a real quarterback and they just refused. They were like, let's get Sam Darnold, let's get Baker Mayfield. Like, what were they doing? Like, I can't believe they had so many chances to fix that. All they needed to do was get an average quarterback in there, and they just kept whiffing every single time. And like, the Matt Corral thing was not their fault. Obviously he gets hurt. And it's like, that's tragic. That's not the front office's fault that Matt Corral got hurt. But was Matt Corral really coming in to save the season either? I mean, we're probably expecting, I mean, he was more raw than Desmond Ridder. So it's like, I think there probably would have been some ups and downs with him, but, they're doing the right thing if they take the best quarterback here. And I think it was necessary for them to move up to 1 because I don't think that guy's going to be there at 9. I think there was no chance that the quarterback that they would want other than maybe Will Levis, would be there at 9. So I think getting Bryce Young would be really smart for them. Hashtag short kings, Bryce Young. So, but yeah, Dave, what do you think about the Panthers? Do you think they're legit with Bryce Young, or do they still have do you think they have more to do before they become sort of an actual team to fear?
Yeah, I don't love where their offense is at right now, which is to say that I do love where their offense is at right now, because rooting against the Panthers is something I do. To me, it's still a work in progress, right? And you have a good coaching staff there. I think the defense is still really good, and you certainly have some interesting pieces to play with here. So I do think that they're close to being a good team. I wonder if they're going to have everything they need to have a good offense this coming season. And I think the answer to that right now would be no, for me at least. So that is my hope. And also my prediction is that the offense drags them down a little bit. Unfortunately, they seem to have the right, people in place and be making the right kind of decisions to think they'll be one of the more fearsome teams in that division sooner than later. So right as the Saints and Buccaneers crash back down to earth, we got to deal with the Panthers. That's just how it works.
Yeah, I do really like that coaching staff. That's a great point. Like Frank Reich, very respectable coach. I like a lot of the assistant coaches they brought in. The coordinators are good. Like they're starting to make the right moves. It was really just like, are they really going to sit at 9 and just take Will Levis? Like they're just going to be doing the same thing again. So clearly they I think did what they had to do to get up to 1, and it's probably going to push them out of contention this year, because look, they traded their one legitimate receiver in DJ Moore away, and there's no way they're going to recover from that. They Adam Thielen, I love Adam Thielen, big fan of Adam Thielen for years. The man is washed. Like, I'm sorry, and like washed on an NFL context level. Like I'm sure he could run circles around me and embarrass me pretty much in any sport, because Adam Thielen's really good, and he's still a good football player. But this is no longer is he a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 caliber player. He's probably a wide receiver 3 at this point. And I just don't think they're going to be able to build that receiving core up to any level that's competent. I think the Miles Sanders signing was weird. They could have had Deontay Foreman, who was great for them last year, for pennies on the dollar, and they go out and give a giant contract to Miles Sanders, who, if you look at the advanced stats with Miles Sanders, one of the more not so great running backs in the NFL. Yeah. I mean, maybe not fair to him, because it's like, oh, he's like some of the fewest yards after contact, like one of the cleanest runners in terms of having everything blocked up for him. And, please.
He's a great example of exactly kind of when people argue against taking running backs high, like he's kind of part of the perfect example, because he's a very average running back by all metrics. It's just he came from an offense that was extremely productive on the ground. Like, it's one of those where is it the running back or is it the system? I guess we'll find out with Miles Sanders, but to give him a big contract to come from a very run-friendly offense into one that, has had success running the ball before, but I don't think it's the Eagles offense here. I don't think Miles Sanders is going to be necessarily. Didn't he not have any touchdowns like 2 years ago?
It may have been that.
Like, yeah, and I agree completely with Dave. Is like I don't think the wide receiver room is anywhere near where it was 2 years ago. In fact, I wonder if Jalen Hyatt, and I know the Panthers are made. It looks like I see people clapping. It looks like the pick is in, but Jalen Hyatt could be a name if they go Bryce Young, pair him with like a Jameson Williams type in Jalen Hyatt, at least with the speed. I don't know. I think they'll definitely add to the wide receiver room.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that's pretty likely. All right, before we get the Panthers pick, it is in now. Let me go ahead and get this giveaway started. And we, if it gets scuffed, we may have to start it again, because this is the first time we're trying to do this. Probably should have tested it, on a previous stream, but we're flying by the seat of our pants here, folks. So, all right, go ahead and fire this up. Okay, it came out in the Streamlabs, so it looks like that. So I think all you guys have to do to enter it in the chat, obviously you have to be subscribed to chat. Sorry, we had to do that because spammers. So I think if you do type the command in the chat, it should enter you. And I will continue to track that. And if it doesn't look like it's working, we will fix it. So let me monitor stuff. We'll keep monitoring it as we go here, and make sure that this is actually going to go through it. I see a lot of the commands. I don't see it responding, but we will we'll monitor it. If we need to start it up again, we will. So don't worry, folks. And the pick, of course, is in for the Panthers. It is Bryce Young, quarterback from Alabama. No surprise there. We sort of already covered it. So yeah, that was the problem with this first pick, is like we just sort of kind of covered it, I think. So yeah, but I'm curious, what do you guys think about this one? Anything else we could say about this one, or should we move on maybe to number 2, where things maybe get a little bit more interesting?
I mean, does the step ladder he has to stand on count as a 12th player, or?
I mean, maybe. Yeah.
Don't Panthers have one of the bigger offensive? Or I mean, I guess I know a few years ago it felt like they did. I'm sure that's changed by now, and I'm sure they took that into consideration. But yeah, I was just trying to think of like, is Jameis the last quarterback in the NFC South that was taken first overall? He was, right? So
I think so. Yeah.
At what point do we think that Bryce Young throws 30 touchdowns and 30 interceptions in the same season? Is it going to be year 2, or do you think it'll be year 3? What's the read here, guys?
I'll say year 3, because I think the 30 touchdowns aren't going to be possible until they improve the weapons around him. So
that's true.
And the 30 interceptions is going to be tough when he's doinking passes off the back of his own guys' helmets. So, tricky.
All right.
Now that he's a Panther, I'm leaning all the way in on the short jokes. Before then, I was leaving it alone. But
yeah, we're working on the giveaway, folks. I appreciate your patience. I'm trying to make sure it's getting everyone in properly. All right. Yeah. All right. So going to number 2 here, the Houston Texans. A lot of buzz, right? One way, like people saying it's going to be a quarterback for weeks and weeks and weeks. And then we get the news that, oh, wait, maybe it's not going to be a quarterback. So I'm curious, Will, what do you think about this pick? Do you buy that it's not going to be a quarterback at this point?
I mean, again, this draft is so hard. I guess this is the first real domino that's going to fall. I mean, it's got to be a quarterback, right? Like that, it feels like that organization hasn't been going anywhere, and it's kind of and look, Davis Mills, local kid, went to high school down the street. Remember covering him coming out of GAC, and that's awesome that he's had that success. But you kind of need, as an organization, even if it's somebody like Zach Wilson who doesn't end up panning out, like I think it creates at least some level of buy-in that everything matters because you at least have a quarterback that you're figuring something out about. When you're in a situation like they were, and I get they're coming from Deshaun Watson, it just felt like rudderless. Like nobody really cared that much about the Texans, even if they were playing well, and even if Davis Mills was winning some games, like nobody was talking about him because we use quarterbacks as a little bit of a shorthand for the organization. So I think it just benefits the Texans to like at least get this organization moving in some direction, in some real way. And I just don't know if Will Anderson does that, even though I think Will Anderson is going to be an amazing player. Yeah, I don't know how many primetime games Houston lands on next season when they're making the schedule because they draft Will Anderson. Whereas if they draft Anthony Richardson, or if they draft, even a CJ Stroud, I think that feels like a little bit bigger and more important. So that's not a great football answer, but from a marketing perspective, that's what I would go with.
I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I just don't buy it. Like, I just don't buy that they're not going to go quarterback. Like, are they really going to do this like 4-dimensional chess thing where they like take Will Anderson here and then like trade up from 12 like back in? It's just Like, I just don't buy it, but we'll see. You know, I mean, I get loving Will Anderson, certainly. But Dave, what do you think about the Texans here too?
I think we waste entire lifetimes going for things that are never actually going to happen. And I think they're going quarterback, right? Like I have thought ever since that popped up that, oh, they might not go quarterback. It's been kind of a ridiculous thought. You have, two other quarterbacks who are very worthy of going number two. You have a franchise with a new head coach, quarterbacks available who are good players, good fits, a clear need, and everything is lining up for them to take one. And so to me, it never really made sense that all of a sudden we were pivoting to talking about a pass rusher. Like that is something that even with a defensive minded head coach, like you have to be convinced that that player is going to be an all-time great, I think, to pass up what could be a couple of great quarterbacks in Anthony Richardson and CJ Stroud. So to me, we have, not us personally, but, all of the folks who have kind of bought into these rumors, propagated these rumors and so forth, have just been wasting a lot of time, which is what we do between, free agency kind of winding down in the draft. So I get it, but they are clearly taking a quarterback. I just do not buy for a second that they are going to go in a different direction.
I agree. It's just, and yeah, there we go. It's just been announced. It is, in fact, it was a deep fake all along, guys. The Houston Texans select quarterback CJ Stroud at number 2. So it's all much ado about nothing in the end, just like the Falcons pursuing Lamar Jackson, right? It's just all come full circle. Yeah, I just thought the whole oh yeah, he has the same agent as Deshaun, so they're not going to take him. So they're just not going to do business with one of the biggest agents in the NFL. They're just going to say no to all of his players. That's not going to happen. There's no way they could not take a quarterback here. So I'm glad our instincts were correct on this one. Yeah, I'm glad that it's the saga is finally over, and this is where I think now it actually gets really interesting at pick 3. So the Cardinals really want to trade out of this pick. We know that. I'm wondering, what do you guys think the chances of that happening are? Do we think a trade actually does go through here with the Cardinals?
So what's the latest on the Titans deal? Because last I saw, the Titans were considering trading 11 plus more, whatever plus more means, for DeAndre Hopkins in the number 3. I'm like, who would be in that? Would it be future first, like one next year, and they're expecting maybe Tennessee to not be great and rebuild here a little bit? Is it Derrick Henry? Is it just an aging star swap? But you'd assume probably Tennessee still throws in a little bit more there because this is the number 3. What's the latest on that? Have you guys heard?
I have not. As far as I know, that was just a rumor. But yeah, I mean, that it does sound interesting, right? So I'm not really sure what exactly is going to happen there with that, but that definitely seemed to be the buzz. But it was also that they were moving up for Stroud. So now that Stroud is off the board, maybe maybe the Titans are no longer interested in coming up all the way to 3 if they're going to have to settle for their next.
Are we sure it wouldn't have been for Anthony Richardson? I mean, this team just took Malik Willis. You don't think that they would be interested in the super duper mobile dude?
I mean, I would think they would be, but you just never know, right? You never know. All right, guys. I don't think the giveaway command is working, so we're gonna get it sorted out. Don't worry, the giveaway is still gonna happen. We'll figure it out one way or the other. But I'm only getting a few people entering, and I see 1 million people entering. So we'll get it fixed up. Don't worry. We will get that fixed up for you guys. Don't worry about that. But we'll continue the takes in the meantime while I do tech support behind the scenes. I have to wear a lot of hats because if you look at my Twitter bio, it's host and producer. I don't got anybody behind the glass, as they like to say on around the NFL. But yeah, we'll get that sorted out. I'll keep working on it. Again, future me, maybe next time, test it before the actual show. But no matter what, if all else fails, we'll give away 2 tomorrow, and everyone that was here, we'll try to make sure that you guys have an opportunity tomorrow to get maybe a second ticket or something. I don't know, but we'll figure it out. But
you want us to kill time while you look into it?
I'll continue to, we'll keep it moving here. But
Evan,
Dave, I'm curious.
I'm down to have the chat with Dave about Chat GPT. So just do what you got to do. We'll talk about the AI in upcoming apocalypse. It'll be great.
We can really string this out.
I actually do want to deep dive into that. So this seems like a great time to do it.
It seems like
this time next year, it's all just robots are podcasting and doing this live stream.
Like, if you guys want to do that, go for it. But maybe first, Dave, I want to get your thoughts on the Cardinals at 3. Do you think they're going to sit and take someone here, or do you think they're going to be able to pull off this trade?
I think that they will get the trade done. I think they're probably pretty desperate to do it. I think I can see them taking a little bit less just to get out of, this spot, because I don't think they want to be here right now. And there are certainly quarterback needy teams that would like to be here. So ultimately, I would say in a different year where maybe the top 2 quarterbacks just went and there's not another guy worthy of being number 3, that they would be stuck, as I think there are going to be teams stuck tonight, maybe even the Falcons. But I imagine somebody's going to come up for Richardson right now. So I expect them to get it done.
Got to actually turn on my microphone there. It's obvious. You guys will know if my microphone's off, thanks to these beautiful LEDs. But it is ticking down here with just a little under a minute 25 to go here for the Cardinals. So they're definitely trying. They're trying to get something done. I think, is that Austin Fort, texting? So maybe he's getting, calls. I don't know. Okay. So I'm going to try to start a different giveaway. Let's see how this goes. So it should be the same command. I don't know why, it wouldn't work, but go ahead and, give me your entries again and we'll see if it's working. Yes, this one's working. It's working. I see people joining. All right. Hell yeah. Okay. Whatever. Maybe the old plug it in and unplug it strategy, right? All right. It's working, guys. So definitely do the exclamation point enter. I do see everyone, I believe, entering. You should get like a confirmation in the chat if you join. So there we go. And there we go. Perfect timing. Trade has come in. The Texans are back at 3. So one rumor is destroyed and another rumor is proven true. The Texans did want to trade back up, but it was the opposite way that I think people were suggesting, which I think makes a ton more sense. And I imagine it's for Willie Anderson. What do you guys think?
It probably, yeah.
That's what I would do.
Yeah, seems right.
Yeah. I mean, they have a lot of picks, so it's like, and I think Arizona was probably like not getting the offers they were hoping for. So I wonder if this is not going to be all that expensive for them to pull off.
I think that it's, I said that Will Anderson is not like the sexiest thing. Certainly if I'm an owner and it's like, you guys are going to sell me on the vision on getting him. That is not to say that I don't think Will Anderson is not an awesome player. Like, I love this. If Houston's able to kind of pull off this 1-2, the questions about CJ Stroud still remain, but you get kind of like a 1A guy on offense and maybe the 1A guy on defense in the same draft and back-to-back picks. Like that's pretty awesome. And Kevin, like you said, if it's not a huge, payout that they're having to send over to Arizona, then I really like what the Houston Texans have done then in this draft.
Yeah,
and I love their head coach too. Like, to me, Ryans is a guy who is going to succeed, and so here he is potentially equipping himself with a player that he really loves on that side of the ball, and your franchise quarterback. Like, if it's horrifically expensive, maybe it's a problem, but otherwise, I think it's a great move for them for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense. Like, this is a team that's so far away. They just need to add stars, like, any way they can. They just need to get impact guys in here. We're getting the selection right as we speak, folks, and it will be. Hold on, I'm gonna make sure it's on. I have YouTube TV, so I should get it last to everyone. So when I say it, you guys should definitely not be tipped. It is, in fact, Will Anderson Jr., the edge rusher from Alabama. So all of those maybe tiny dreams in the back of some of your minds about Will Anderson maybe falling to 8. Unfortunately, they die here at 3. Spicy start here. Spicy start.
I think the order is kind of going the way that I thought it would. The biggest surprise to me, though, is that I did not see the Texans being like, all right, let's just go 2-3 back to back, and we'll just take these two. Like the draft, this is not considered one of the biggest, like, top tier draft classes. However, Will Anderson was one of the kind of like few diamonds, I think, in this group. And yeah, they get a quarterback and they get Will Anderson. Again, I really like what Houston's done, and it's not a surprise how this has started. Just the fact that the Texans got two of them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see this compensation for Arizona. I haven't seen it reported yet. If somebody else, it looks like Dre Jungles in the chat is saying it was a second this year and a first and third next year, which that's pretty expensive.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's what it takes to get into the top 3 from outside the top 10 typically. So
yeah. And at first next year, you got to think like they're getting CJ. They're not in the Caleb Williams running, barring anything crazy unforeseen at this moment. So maybe they felt like that was worth it.
Yeah, that's my guess. That like, yeah, I mean, I think it's like this is the one. Maybe Jalen Carter, if he's on your board, like these are the two blue chip, like legitimate, like top 5 talent in any draft class type of guys in this draft. And like, I don't blame anyone for wanting to go get these guys. So, and again, you could make that argument for the Cardinals too. Like, why would you not take this guy? But the Cardinals, I think, are somehow even further away than the Texans at this point, which is pretty crazy. But yeah, Dave, what do you think? We talked about it a little bit, but it happened. Texans take Will Anderson here at 3.
Kind of a two-pronged feeling here. So, this increases the chances that Tyree Wilson makes it to Atlanta, and that's my preferred pick. So I'm happy about that. But again, I think it's probably worth the price. It's a little bit more expensive than maybe I thought they would be paying for it. But, again, you're getting a guy everyone seems to agree is going to be at least a very good, defender, good pass rusher, and a quarterback that I think has a credible case for being, the best guy in this draft as a pure passer. So to me, it's worth it to do that, right? Ultimately, what you gave up next year is hopefully offset by the fact that you have got your cornerstone defender and you've got your cornerstone quarterback for a team that desperately needed both, right? They need everything. So you can argue that they should have held on to their picks. But to me, if you can get 2 top tier players like this in a draft class that, to your point, Kevin, does kind of become a little bit of a muddle after the first 8 to 10 to 12 picks, then it's probably the smart move.
Yeah.
I think there was no way that they were going to get a player of Anderson's caliber at 12, right? So.
Yeah. And we've talked about it throughout the process that like this draft is really sort of like maybe the top 10-ish picks. You could sort of squint and say like, okay, these are probably blue chip guys or guys we think could become blue chip guys. But after that, it's just sort of this big clump. And I mean that, I don't mean that in a bad way, but like a big clump of guys like that are sort of like that mid to late first round caliber. And it's like and it really just depends on what you want. Like what flavor of player do you want? None of them really scream that like, oh, you have to take this guy first. It's sort of like, do you want Nolan Smith, that faster, smaller edge rusher? Or do you want Lucas Van Ness, who's raw, but he's bigger? Or do you want one of the more developmental tackles? Or, there's a lot of different ways you could go, but none of them really like scream that like, oh, you have to get this guy here. So if you want that blue chipper, you have to get into the top 10, and we may see the Falcons benefit from that as well. And of course,
well, I think you're
4. Yeah, interesting too.
I think the Falcons are a great example of exactly what you were just talking about. Like we, in a lot of ways, have felt this full force because, and I think people have latched on to Bijan because there is a little bit of safety in numbers, and it's so hard. I don't know about you guys, but like I've had such a hard time, even internally, even just grappling with myself on like, what should the Falcons do here? Part of that is because they've done such a good job really clearing the deck in free agency, where it does feel like, hey, you can make the argument for any of these guys, be it Tyree Wilson or Christian Gonzalez or Peter Skoronski. And those are 3 entirely different players that would impact entirely different parts of this roster. And yet any of them feel valid. Part of that, though, is also for what you just said, Kevin, there is no clear standout. Like Bijan, if he was not a running back, if Bijan is honestly, even frankly, a tight end, because we saw the Falcons do that 2 years ago. But if he's a safety, if he's, maybe not a linebacker, because I don't know how much this defense, like this linebacker in this defense feels a little bit like running back in the offense. I think that they can figure it out, and they're looking for very specific things. But yeah, it's just they're all almost of that A-, B+ caliber, and there are no A++ pluses when you're getting even to 8, and that feels pretty early to be running out of those A++ pluses.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I could not agree more. As you look at this draft, it's just it drops off a cliff, not like a total cliff, but there's like a mini cliff after like 4. And usually drafts don't have that. They have that mini cliff after like 9.
Yeah. All right. So we got great timing. Just announced the Colts pick. It is Anthony Richardson going to the Colts here. So the NFL follows my board. Pete Prisco is in shambles with his Levis QB1 takes. So love you, Pete. So yeah, it is going to be Anthony Richardson to the Colts. I like that a lot better than Will Levis. Unfortunately for Trevor and the NFL Stock Exchange podcast, Will Levis, you are not an Indianapolis Colt. I was pulling for you guys, but unfortunately that did not come through. Let me get to some donations that came in while I was trying to troubleshoot this giveaway, which thankfully is working. So guys, you can type !enter to enter. We got Grumpy Old Bird. That's a really good Falcons fan name, by the way. $10. Appreciate the podcast. Appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for that. And then we got Khalif Timberlake. Also like that name. With the $50. Khalif, what's up, man? Thank you so much. He says, you guys are amazing. Well, you're amazing for donating, so thank you. He says, looking forward to the Falcons getting better over the next 3 days. Wilson, Carter, Robinson, please. Let's rise up. Khalif, absolutely. I'm pulling for those guys too. We'll see how it goes here, but back to the picks. With another quarterback coming off the board here, things are shaping up potentially nicely for the Falcons to have potentially more options on the board in terms of non-quarterbacks. We'll see if Levis ends up going before Atlanta, and if he doesn't, you wonder if trade opportunities will arise from that. But yeah, what do you guys think about Anthony Richardson going to the Colts here? Dave, you wanna get a take in, or you want Will and I to take it away?
I was being deferential to.
Okay, everyone's so polite on this show. Yeah.
Yeah.
And shout out to the 400 people. The 400 people in the show right now. This is a new record, I believe, for a non post game. I believe we set the post game record after they blew the onside kick in that one game, but not trying to break that particular record. I think we'll let that one stand. But Dave, please, Anthony Richardson takes.
Well, you just depressed me, but I'll do my best. Anthony Richardson, to me, it's about where he lands. It's about him being given the time, the structure, and the weapons to succeed. But I don't see any reason he can't. Like you're talking about a guy who is maybe the best athlete ever to play the quarterback position. He's certainly up there. I think he has the confidence, he has the tools, he has the smarts to succeed. So, it might take a little bit of time just because I don't think the Colts are very good. And, Jim Irsay might fire his new head coach into the sun at any moment because he's crazy. But ultimately, if things stay reasonably stable in Indianapolis, I think that's a home run type of pick, even if it takes a year or two to pay off.
Yeah, his ceiling is so fun. Like he was the one I think honestly would have tempted the Falcons at 8, just because you look at what he does, you look at that athleticism, that arm, and you just he looks like another Smith quarterback, right? And like honestly, Richardson is not this giant project like people think. Like he's not as far off. He's inexperienced, but he's not raw as some people say, and I think people take the inexperience and just throw the raw label out there, and it's not the same thing. And the other thing is like he doesn't have all those ingrained reps, so it's like in some ways that can make it easier to fix technical things, to fix footwork things, throwing motion things, because he hasn't thrown the ball 2,000 times in college. So I love it. Will, what do you think about that one?
I think the reps part is spot on, because you look at them, and sometimes when you see these hyper talented quarterbacks coming out with less playing time, like the the technical flaws are really glaring, and maybe their feel for the game, they're throwing these bizarre picks or just don't sense pressure well. Like, he kind of does a lot of these things at a pretty high level already. It's just the consistency. It's just that he'll like absolutely ground the ball when he's trying to get it out into the flat, and it's because his mechanics are off. But then you look at the next play and it's like beautiful mechanics, perfect. It's just a reps thing with him. I really believe that. I just think that the muscle memory needs to be there. And yeah, that will take a little bit of time. But honestly, like, you look at what Indianapolis has had the last few years. They go from Phillip Rivers to Carson Wentz to Matt Ryan. They obviously had a type, and they soured on that type, and they are going in the complete opposite direction, which I think is fun, if nothing else, and it could be very smart. I also can't help but think about the fact that the organization that drafted Andrew Luck now kind of drafts like an RG3. And I actually think that Anthony Richardson, I haven't heard this comp because I think Anthony is bigger than RG3 was, which is much more exciting, obviously. But from an intelligence and like a feel for the game aspect, like, I think that they're a little bit more similar than they are different. And I'm really excited to see what Indy can do with Anthony Richardson, because I like a lot of the pieces in Indy, or at least, for the last 4 years, I've liked a lot of the pieces in Indy. Now they haven't actually manifested anything. Maybe with Anthony Richardson they can, but I like that as a landing spot for him.
Yeah, that's a good one. And welcoming in, of course, an extremely rare appearance on the live show from Matt Chambers at Falcoholic. Matt, how you doing?
At Falcoholic, Matt, how you doing?
Hey, good. Happy draft day, I think. Whatever we're calling it. Time for celebrations, I suppose.
Yes. Very good time for that.
Very good time for
hold
that.
on. Are you not a giant metal falcon?
Are you not a giant
As your
metal
Twitter
falcon?
picture implies.
No, but I know I did have Evan Photoshop me as a giant metal falcon for, I think we're on like 7 or 8 years or something like that. It's been quite some time.
Yeah.
All right. Well, Matt, I'm probably going to have to ask you to either put on some headphones or mute yourself when you're not talking, so that we don't get the echo in here.
Give me 1 second.
Sure, no problem, buddy.
Sure, no problem, buddy.
Yeah, so we are waiting now on the Seahawks pick. Everyone who's not me, I won't be able to. The fans won't be able to hear you right now, because I have it muted real quick until we get this echo sorted out. Just because I don't want to blast anyone's eardrums by mistake. So I will deliver takes for just a few minutes here. Well, probably not that long, I'm sure. Matt's very judicious. He's, I'm sure he's on it. He's on it, folks. So yeah, we're waiting for the Seahawks pick here at 5. This was a place I thought was like a sneaky spot for Anthony Richardson to pop up, but with Anthony Richardson going at 4, I sort of think that we could see Jalen Carter here. I do wonder, if we could see a corner. The Seahawks really, they can go in so many directions that this is a team that's pretty hard to predict. For the most part, I mean, this is a team that honestly vexes me frequently in terms of the draft. So I'm curious to see where they go here. Remind folks, I'll take this opportunity real quick while we wait for the pick to remind folks that are just joining in how to join the giveaway. So quick reminder that the giveaway, super easy. All you have to do is subscribe here on YouTube so you can enter the chat. Then you need to join the Falcoholic Discord, which is how we'll deliver the prize to you. And then, of course, join the giveaway on the live stream by typing in that hashtag enter. And you'll need to be present for the drawing so we can make sure to get you your card. So, got that all sorted out. Let me bring in our people once again. All right. Yes, I no longer hear an echo, so we should be good to go, Matt. Thank you for getting on that. Those headphones look sweet, by the way.
They're absolutely sweet. It's a nice reason to just show them off. I'm just bragging about my headphones here.
Is that a
right,
mini
so
bar
what-
also behind you?
I've got some stuff behind me. Let's not make it about the weird stuff in my background. This is about the draft. This is about who's going right now. And I did see that Anthony Richardson went to the Colts at 4, which is surprising. I'm sure you guys kind of talked about that, but I'm just kind of watching this play out.
Yeah. Anthony Richardson went 4. We just now see the selection of cornerback Devon Witherspoon here to the Seahawks. That's a little bit of a surprise.
Big. That's big, yeah.
Yeah. So, Jalen Carter, that was a spot for him for sure. So, yeah.
Tyree Wilson, too.
Yeah.
Well, one of the things that I think I had just posted on the Falcoholic. So if the Falcons are looking to move down, one of those realistic options would be, say, Philly trying to move up. Apparently, they're really into Carter, and they are considering it if they don't have to make a big jump. So if Carter drops a few more spots, maybe we see Atlanta finally make that move backwards in the first round. I don't think I've ever seen that in my lifetime, and if you can probably tell, I'm getting kind of older. So that would be a first for me.
Yeah, it's a real interesting one, and we've heard that they've wanted to. I know there were some rumblings that maybe they wanted to in 2021 as well, like with the Kyle Pitts thing, thinking they could get him maybe slightly later, but we'll see, because there's a number of names to watch now for the Falcons, like Matt said, and also welcome in Andy, by the way, Andy S. Gallagher on Twitter, our UK correspondent for the Falcons. Andy, how you doing as well, my friend?
I'm doing all right, thanks. Yeah, not bad. It's almost 2 a.m. here, but we're battling through. It's a fun one so far. Like it kind of puts like mock drafts, etc., in the spotlight, doesn't it? Where we have all of this kind of over analyzing and like, what is team saying about this? What's going to happen here? Everybody, like every insider has a different opinion, and then it comes to it, and it's okay. Yeah, the quarterbacks go early. The guy who everyone's been saying is the best player in college football goes early. So yeah, it's good start.
Yeah, a fun start. And it's always crazy. I don't think it's gotten super crazy because, like, Bryce Young, a little bit of a chalky one. CJ Stroud at 2. Like, if you really bought into the whole, like, the Texans aren't going to take a quarterback at 2 thing, then I guess maybe it's a little bit shocking. But I definitely felt like that was going to happen, so that didn't surprise me. But Texans moving back up to 3, there were some rumblings of that, but that was definitely one that surprised me, and taking Will Anderson off the board there. And then Anthony Richardson at 4 makes sense. And then Devon Witherspoon here at 5, I think, is maybe the first one that's like a real surprise in terms of not commonly mocked here, but still a lot of good options for the Falcons. 5 picks in. We're obviously watching Tyree Wilson. We're watching now Christian Gonzalez at corner, if he's someone that they like. We're watching Jalen Carter, obviously, if he's on their board. And then, of course, we're watching Will Levis in case someone is looking to trade up. And then, obviously, Bijan, which would be a huge shock if he goes before 8. But we're getting close. We're getting close.
I think the best in terms of the trade, and obviously we brought up Philly as a potential for jumping up a little bit for Carter. I think, and correct me if you guys feel differently, but for the Falcons and using Philly specifically, if Carter, Bijan, and Tyree Wilson are all 3 on the board there, I think you got to be feeling pretty confident about Atlanta. Definitely maybe just looking back to jump back to 10 if that's possible and on the table, because you would think that, hey, if one of Bijan or Tyree is still there, then we're comfortable with either of those. Like, is there anybody else that you think they would feel pretty strongly, all right, like these 4 guys are on the board, we totally can move back to 15 and get one of them? Like, who would be that group for y'all?
Good question. Yeah, I'll let you all. I've done a lot of talking, so guests, please go ahead. We do have a trade here at 6, by the way. Let me get this out. The Cardinals have moved up to 6. So just when you thought it was safe to start delivering takes, the Cardinals have moved up to 6. But please continue.
Cardinals, man.
It's getting crazy with the trades here.
Okay. Yeah, it is. I was going to say, I think if you're trading down to the middle of the round, I think you're looking at Bijan, Nolan Smith, Lucas Van Ness, Gonzalez, if he happened to fall. And again, if the health concerns with Tyree Wilson are as pronounced as people have been saying they are, then maybe he does actually fall that far, in which case I'd be ecstatic to get him. But that to me is like the core group. There's probably a tight end in there too because Arthur Smith exists, but yeah.
You're not on the Skoronski.
Skoronski. There's always like if I create a group of players for any reason, there's always one guy I leave out. Yes, if Skoronski fell that far, I definitely think he would be in play as well. Just to me, left guard is that glaring spot that unless they really think Jalen Mayfield is ready to take that step forward, they haven't really addressed it. So, yes, thank you, Andy. Skoronski belongs there.
It's that difficult one where, I mean, you saw last season with Elijah Wilkinson, a guy who came in with absolutely no fanfare whatsoever. Yeah. Like, his experience in the league hadn't been great. Like, he played some games, but we were kind of thinking it was the usual late summer Falcons addition of an O-lineman who was going to be there. Well, he was there for a year, but was going to be there for a year, was going to take a handful of snaps, look bad, and then we'd move on to another one. So it'll be interesting to see whether the move to not make a move at left guard is because they just really trust Dwayne Ledford and their coaching staff to actually get the most out of someone. Like it's going to have to be a big jump from Mayfield, isn't it? Like, like the starting position is very, very low. But if they're thinking, you know what, well, maybe we can get something from him. Maybe we can at least get kind of base league average level, which would be like put him in the Hall of Fame if Ledford can do that. But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see whether they're looking at it and saying, you know what, we don't really need to invest high picks in left guard. Maybe we can get one on day 2. Maybe we can get one on day 3 because we trust our coaching staff to be able to make it work. Or whether they will kind of shoot for the stars.
Yeah, I think Mayfield's an interesting player because if they want to upgrade over him, that's literally every possible guard out there. Like there's no drop off. Like anything you do, you're going to improve that position. So if you do it with a 1st round pick, you do it with a 5th round pick, it's all going to be improvement.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, you know, with me, it's like I sort of feel like it's like probably Hennessy is the favorite if they don't add anyone else for left guard, right? They do have Justin Schaefer too, but it does seem.
I'm going to throw Josh Miles in there. I'm going to say he is the seemingly random guy out of nowhere that shouldn't make the roster who might be the starting left guard. I'm going to throw him out there.
Are we sure Josh Miles isn't like a guy who writes for the site? I feel like
he might be.
We have a Josh Miles. He does maybe like a weekend roundup, maybe.
Yeah. All right. We do have the Cardinals pick here. I don't want to cut anybody off, but Cardinals trade up for Paris Johnson Jr., the tackle. So this was one that had gained a lot of steam in the last day or two. So Cardinals take Paris Johnson. It's probably not one of the Falcons' targets at 8, and probably maybe makes teams a little bit more desperate for a tackle. So that could be another potential sneaky opportunity for the Falcons to trade down if someone's looking to get a tackle. Because it's really, you know, you mentioned Skoronski, Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright, but after that it thins out really quick at tackle. So I do wonder if that could be another opportunity. But now we go to the Raiders at 7, and the Falcons will be on the clock soon. So it's getting spicy, folks. It's getting spicy.
What do you guys think happens with Levis now? Like, do you think, for example, the Titans or the Lions, do you think there's interest there? And like, or is it kind of like the old what happened with, for example, Dwayne Haskins a few years back, where it's like they're happy if he falls to them, but they like and their hand is kind of forced in it, but there's no real desire to be aggressive and go up and get him because, I mean, we know there's some kind of familiarity between the Falcons and the Titans, for example. If you're looking for trade back options and you're looking at who might want to trade up and what they might want to get, a team who's been talking people have been talking quite openly about them wanting to move on from Ryan Tannehill and then thinking, you know what, like we are reaching the end of this era. both with Tannehill, and there was talks earlier in the week about they might be looking to move on from Derrick Henry if they can get anything. So maybe they're one of those teams who are looking for this just a complete refresh and say, you know what, let's take a swing on a quarterback and let's see what happens.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. I definitely want to give everyone else a chance to talk because I've already done a lot of talking. So.
Oh, are we all just scrolling Twitter right now?
We're just doom scrolling, looking for the leaked picks. Yeah, so that shame on us for that. But no, I mean,
but it's shaking out really well. I'm like we still have good. We still pretty much everybody who was in who's pretty common in all the mock drafts. All the favorites currently are still available. I didn't really expect the real draft to shake out like this one. It's almost like we did 5,000 mock drafts and there wasn't a purpose for it. All right,
just throw them in the trash.
Almost.
Just throw them in the trash. Yep. The Raiders are on the clock, folks. So we're waiting to see what will happen there. This is a potential Levis spot. He seems like a Josh McDaniels quarterback to me. I don't know about you guys, but they've not really been linked too much to Levis though. So it could be, Tyree Wilson here, Christian Gonzalez here are two guys, Jalen Carter even. But no matter what, one of those three guys will be there for the Falcons with the next pick. No question. So
Kevin, tell us, seems like a Josh McDaniels quarterback. Is that a compliment? Are we
I think you could probably take it in a lot of different directions. But Josh McDaniels not always the best judge of talent. So I feel like his best work has come when drafting quarterbacks in the day 2, day 3 range. Jimmy G. We've also got Tom Brady, right? I don't even know if he was there when Tom Brady was actually drafted, but way back in the day when we were children.
I don't believe he was. But I think Will Levis is a great Vegas quarterback. I mean, I could totally see him in the black and silver of the Raiders. I mean, I think just big, strong arm quarterback, like definitely makes sense from that perspective. But so everybody, like all the defensive guys are still on the table, for the most part. Who, Matt, Andy, like who do you guys prefer?
Go on, Matt.
As far as who's available now, I think I've said before, like I would love Carter here. I don't think Atlanta drafts him, which is kind of a weird spot for me to be in.
I agree.
Yeah,
I think the same way. I think you could make a pretty compelling argument that Jalen Carter's the best player in this draft, and obviously, if not a historically bad offseason, he'd be off the board by now. Like all of like everything that he did kind of prior to January was Jalen Carter's stepping up to be one of the first players selected in this draft. And the kind of the feeling now seems to be that no one has any kind of gauge on where he's going to go. He could come off the pick next. There was talk about him going to Seattle at 5. Obviously, that didn't happen. I'd be very pleased that the Falcons got him. I think if you can find that kind of disruptive defensive lineman, it's something that the team has been crying out for ever since I started watching. But similarly, I'd like if they came out of it, and we'll see what the Raiders do, but if they came out of it with Christian Gonzalez and like a guy who could be another lockdown corner for the team, and you look at it and suddenly that defensive back room's looking very good. It's looking very nice. And again, a position that we're kind of not used to being in.
Yeah, well, we're still waiting on the Raiders pick. There was an interesting thing I did see that Ian Rappaport apparently said that the Falcons were planning to take Paris Johnson at 8, according to Ian Rappaport. So that the Cardinals felt like they had to trade up to get ahead of the Falcons for Paris Johnson. So obviously we don't know like 100%, but I don't think Rappaport typically reports stuff like that if he's not pretty sure about it. So interesting note there.
Raiders pick is in apparently. Are we tipping picks or anything?
No, we're not.
Can you get mad about that?
Yeah, I'll let you know when. Yeah, I'll let you know when we can talk about it. We're trying to stay true to the broadcast here. It's definitely been leaked on Twitter, but yeah, I guarantee you it's been leaked on Twitter. It's usually leaked on Twitter like 3 minutes before it comes out. So
because we've got a lot of the options on the table that everybody's been talking about. I mean, and obviously, again, it takes two to tango. We clearly, if Paris Johnson, if that report's true, then maybe we weren't all discussing all of the options on the table. But do you guys think it's more likely now that the Falcons trade back, given who all is still there? Or do you think that, yeah, like take Christian Gonzalez, what are we doing here? Or like, where are your thoughts on the trade part of it all now, Dave?
I would personally, if you love Skoronski or Gonzalez, like I half expected Gonzalez to be gone. I think I would take him, right? I don't think you can trade back all that far and still get your shot at him. So that would be my pick. If it's Bijan you want, or if it's a Lucas Van Ness or a Nolan Smith, like we were talking about a little bit earlier, like, yeah, go ahead and go back. But I think you just have to weigh carefully, like, who's going in the next couple picks, who's going when you trade this away. And to me, Gonzalez has to be one of those players, right, in the next couple picks. Carter as well. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For sure. Yeah, so the Raiders pick is in. It is being announced. It is, in fact, Tyree Wilson. So for those of you holding out hope for Tyree Wilson, he goes off the board here to the Raiders. That's almost certainly one of Atlanta's top targets at this pick. So again, the topic comes up. Do you think Bijan will be there in a few picks if you trade down? Do you think that Peter Skoronski will be there, or perhaps, Nolan Smith or somebody else you have your eye on? The Falcons are now officially on the clock, ladies and gentlemen. So we are getting close to go time, right? Getting close to go time.
I think it's the easy thing to say, isn't it? But like, it obviously depends who their guy is. If they're looking at it and they're saying, you know what, we were going into this exercise and we have relatively similar grades and we'd be relatively just as happy with Skoronski or Gonzalez or Carter or Bijan or whoever it is, it'd be foolish not to try and trade back and acquire some assets, because we've seen that we've seen the draft since anyone's been watching it. More at bats, just keep taking swings, and eventually you will get someone. You saw it last year with Tyler Algier and obviously Ridder falling to the third round. The Falcons are in a position where they're not necessarily Terry Fontenot's done a very good job of kind of plugging a lot of those holes and making it that the Falcons can kind of go into it without desperate needs to take places. They can go with that kind of best player available. There will still be a good player available in a handful of picks. So unless they absolutely have their guy, which the suggestions that they were targeting Paris Johnson means they're probably not going to get their guy, then it seems as if it would be a situation where you're kind of staying by the phone.
Yeah, no,
Why don't you just take Will Levi's?
Yeah, that would. I'm
something I
finishing
left field.
this beer if they take Will Levis. So because we're gonna have a lot to talk about in that case. But I'm curious. What do you guys think? What's the predictions? At this point, what do you think? It's a trade down? Do you think they do stay and take someone here? What do you guys got?
I think they tried to trade down. I don't know if they are able to, and I'll say Gonzalez.
Okay, yeah. Andy, who you got?
I think, again, I don't think they will trade down. I think, there will be conversations about it, and probably in a few days' time we'll hear that there was an offer by someone, but they didn't think it was good enough. I'm going to go Skoronski.
Yeah, that's a good one. Matt, who do you got? The pick is in, so they're not trading down. I'll go ahead and announce that. The pick is in. Yeah.
Well, then I'm going to change my pick then. That's
fair. I didn't want you to get hosed by that one since you went last.
Yeah, I was going all in on the trade down. Skoronski makes a lot of sense, but maybe we're overthinking it, and it's I don't know. I'm out of ideas.
Yeah, I mean, No one's mentioned him, so I mean, I'm still hashtag Bijan or bust, right? I've been pushing this for months. Okay, I need a dub. All right, I need a big dub here. So
Kevin, this
Falcons,
is proof
please.
that you're not tipping picks. So that's good on you.
Okay, well, I'm really trying to stay off Twitter for this one because part of the fun of this, part of the fun is like, okay, well, I'm definitely not looking at Twitter now. I tweeted out that we were like live for the Falcons pick like as soon as the Raiders finished, so that I wouldn't have to see it. But we've talked about Bijan, we've talked about Christian Gonzalez. I did a mock with Paris Johnson a long time ago. So it's I'm excited to see who it is. I think they could go in a lot of ways as long as it's not Will Levis, as Matt Chambers said. I'm not as high on Lucas Van Ness either. I don't think I would like that here. Maybe if they were going to trade down and take him.
Yeah,
but,
I'm with you on that. It's too early.
Not an 8. That's way too high. Does it feel like they always do a commercial every single time the Falcons are about to be on the clock? Like, I feel like this is the 10th year running where it's just like, all right, we're gonna go to the Falcons right after this 5-minute commercial break.
Right after this, yeah. So they
this
really
is
want
where
to
they run the
people.
This is where they run the antidepressant ads.
Well, it's relevant, right? It's relevant to the fact. Hopefully, we won't need a generous helping of those after the pick, because we got a lot more picks to get through tonight. So, I guess if they do take Will Levis, we'll have probably at least 30 minutes of good content to talk about. But I don't think it's worth it. To be clear, I don't think it's worth it for that at this point. Yeah. Will, are you checking Twitter?
I have always been on Twitter.
Oh, no, I never wasn't. No. Okay, well, at least Will's honest. Okay, folks, and that we can appreciate that honesty.
If you don't feel like waiting, we've already published it on the Falcoholic.
Yes, so
a very quick write-up.
Now I have to look. Now that you're saying that.
Oh, okay.
now I feel like I
was
have
actually
to look
maybe
because we're so late.
That one. I was like, that one right down.
Well, good, because I didn't finish my Nolan Smith pre-write, so I was worried that would somehow, like, somebody would actually need to use it, and they would go in, and it would be just like half done, and they'd be like, "Oh my god." So thankfully, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Can we go gladiator style? Where's the reaction? I don't want to.
We'll do that. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna wait till they officially announce it. I do know the pick now, guys. So I'm trying to be very neutral, in terms of demeanor. But yeah, once they officially announce it, we will dive into this one.
These darn commercials, man.
I know.
It's
right?
a lot less fun when you know.
Yeah, it does.
Unless you like it, then it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame anyone for like wanting to know, because it can be like pretty like hardcore, so like the anticipation. I don't tip
it, but how well do you guys like Will Levis?
Not as much as Will.
Do you enjoy Levi's? Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. I can tell you that it's not Will Levis, ladies and gentlemen. It's not Will Levis.
Oh,
if it was Will Levis, you would know. Okay, you guys would know if it was Will Levis. I wouldn't have been able to hide. I wouldn't have been able to hide my disappointment. All right, Roger Goodell's getting hyped. He's reading the card, and I'm gonna feign, ignorance for a moment so I can announce it with excitement. Taking forever to announce it. I am watching YouTube TV, so it's possible you guys are like 30 seconds ahead on the stream. But
nope. Now they're. Come on, make the pick.
We're waiting.
What are we doing?
God, do we need a monologue, Roger? For God's sake, people are out there just sweating. They're just sitting in front of their computers watching us right now, sweating. Shout out to the 580 people watching the stream. That is officially an overall new record, by the way. So shout out to you guys. I really appreciate everyone for hanging out with us as we hear the Falcons pick here at 8, maybe. I don't know if I'm waiting. Okay, yes, it is Bijan or bust. We did it. We did it, guys.
Let's go.
We did it. So, yes, it is Bijan Robinson to the Falcons. Once again, it seems like those late rumors end up being true. Bijan gained a ton of steam. Yeah. Last year, Drake London, Kyle Pitts, the year before. This year, Bijan Robinson. The Falcons continue to add elite playmakers to the offense. It's going to be controversial. It's going to be spicy. It's going to be tremendous content no matter what. I guarantee that. Like, for years and years, this is going to be tremendous content. And also, Bijan's just awesome. I don't know if you guys have ever heard Bijan give an interview or anything of that nature, but he is so fun. Like, he is so entertaining. You can just tell, like, when you talk to this guy, the energy just jumps right off the page.
You're really selling people on his interview skills.
Yeah, well, that's the most important part of the process, Matt. So,
Guys,
the football field, that's secondary.
Right within NFL guidelines, there's going to be no issues. He's not going to get those
No
fines for having
no fines,
proper
no
cleats.
fines.
Yeah.
But
Hey, Kevin, I got a hot man, but this was fun.
absolutely, thank you, Will, for your time. Appreciate you.
There you go.
All right, so then there were three of us remaining here. Yeah,
He was so mad about that Bijan pick.
he was like, I'm crushed.
Take it.
I am crushed.
Bijan. It reminds me when we drafted Matt Ryan, I threw up my Falcons jersey. I threw it behind my couch and didn't get to it until preseason. So it sat there for like 6 months when I rage quit that draft.
Yep. Yeah, the Glenn Dorsey, one, and then of course the Jadeveon Clowney pre-write, also legendary in Falcons history. But yeah, Andy, let me go to you first on this one. What do you think about the Bijan pick? It's come from meme to reality in the span of just a few months. So
yeah, listen, like you can make all the arguments that you want about whether or not running backs are valuable in this range. Like, I tend to side with the that it's early, purely from a longevity perspective. But it's been a while since the Falcons have been fun to watch. Like, I think that's one of the first things to get out there. It's been like a good few years, but since we've tuned in on Sundays and actually enjoyed watching the Falcons play. And we know that Arthur Smith is going to run the football. We know Tyler Algier looked good at it. We know that Patterson looked good at it. Bijan is better at it. Like, there's no doubt about that. Like, when it comes to it, and that he is going to let the team is going to run the ball 20, 25, 30 times a game. Like, it makes sense to get the best guy out there, and that he's going to be used heavily. That, like, you're pretty confident that he's going to be effective. And at least, like, when you have a young quarterback who is learning, as the Falcons do, and you're looking to see what they're going to get with him, we've already got two who we hope are going to be kind of top playmakers for him to distribute the ball to. Bijan's a very good receiver out the backfield, and he raises the floor of that offense, doesn't he? Like, in the same way that Zeke did when he was at the Cowboys. And again, you can always argue whether there were more valuable positions there, but I feel the likelihood it's unlikely that in 2, 3, 4 years we're going to be looking back at it and say, you know what, that was a bad pick, like, or he was a bad player.
Yeah, no, I agree. The floor of this pick is so high, and that's definitely a part of it that I want to get to. But Matt, I wanted to give you a chance to weigh in on this one too.
So this is interesting because every offseason we enter, I'm like, we need to build up the lines. This is how you build a competitive team over the long run. But when they, when they always do something kind of out of left field like this, I'm like, it should have been the lines. But deep down, I'm really, really happy because this is going to be exciting as hell to watch. Arthur Smith he does such a good job at developing the run game. He has all these beautiful play designs, and I think that this is really just going to open up a whole nother level of this offense. And this is kind of funny because I feel like I've said this for the last couple of months, but Arthur Smith would be happiest if he's able to run the ball like 55, 60% of the offensive snaps, and he sure as hell should be doing that with this group of running backs he has now. So I'm not sure exactly what that's going to look like because all the other teams went more to the pass-heavy game, and I think we're doing the opposite of what the league thinks. How that shakes out, I couldn't really tell you, but I do agree with I do agree with Andy. It's just going to be so much more fun to watch. Just more versatility for the offense. I think it's definitely going to help Desmond Ridder too. It will really help him grow into the quarterback position because he's going to be able to rely on not only the run game, but obviously Bijan is going out for passes. Like I would expect him to be a very dynamic weapon like that. If that's worth the value at 8, I don't know, especially long term. But yeah, for the next 5 years, it's going to be fun to tell.
Yeah, no, that very true. Like, to me, the Bijan pick, like I just, it makes a lot of sense. And there are, look, if you want to argue about the positional value, about various other things, and the Eagles did trade up to 9, by the way, guys, and they're making the pick right now, so we'll get to that in a second. All the positional value arguments, they do hold weight, right? We're not trying to brush that to the side. You know, all of the talk about, look, you know, they did pass on Jalen Carter. And that's exactly what I told you. If Jalen Carter falls, I don't think the Falcons are going to take him because it means that teams have flagged him. Because on talent, Jalen Carter is probably the number 1 player in this class in raw talent. So the fact that he fell to 9 and it's the Eagles coming to get him, the Eagles can afford to miss. So the Eagles are definitely a great spot for him to go. Obviously, he gets to join his teammate, Jordan Davis. It makes a ton of sense, right? So all that being said, you know, Bijan is a special player. And, you know, maybe you disagree with that and that's fine. But I think there's pretty much consensus from most of the scouting community that the Falcon, like Bijan is a top 3 player in this class. And also that he's not just a running back. Like if you think of Bijan as only a running back, then of course he's not worth just he's not worth the 8th overall pick. Like at that spot, like you need more than just a running back, but Bijan is that. Bijan is a special talent. He is probably the best overall offensive player in the draft, you know, if you take out the quarterback tax. And his ability as a receiver is really special. And I think the reason the Falcons value him so highly is because he is that type of receiver. This is like prime Cordarrelle Patterson, who's a much more natural running back, who's in the prime of his career. Like all the stuff that Arthur Smith was able to do with Cordarrelle Patterson, Bijan's going to be able to do way better. And it's not a slight against Patterson. It's just Patterson's, you know, turning 32 years old or what have you. So it's just, he's not going to be able to fill that role anymore. And with Bijan, the Falcons did need another running back. Tyler Algier was not going to carry the ball 30 times a game. We know Cordarrelle Patterson can't take 10, 15 carries anymore. It's just not something he could do. So they needed another running back. Obviously, it didn't have to be Bijan, but with Bijan and Tyler Algier, the Falcons now have one of the best running back tandems in the NFL. And I think it's also a little bit underrated that he's a star. Like this is a potential star player. And if you have a chance to add a star and you're confident in him being that caliber of player at any position other than probably like punter kicker, which, you know, we're not the, you know, Bucks with the Roberto Aguayo here or anything. If you know a guy, if you think a guy is going to be a strong, like a star, and you feel really strongly about that, then I think you swing. Like, stop trying to game the system and stop trying to be like, well, we need to maximize our positional value and we need to make sure that we get the right position group here so we can get, you know, cap savings and we can do this and that. Like, that's all great, but like, are those guys as good as Bijan? Like, are you as confident in those guys doing those types of things as Bijan? And clearly I think the answer is no, that they're not. They're not as confident. And I think it's because Bijan is probably one of the safest players in the class, the highest floor player in the class, probably by a mile. And he's going to come into a team that is one of the few teams in the NFL that's still committed to running the football a lot on top of it. So, yeah, I've talked a lot. Andy, if you want to continue, yeah.
I completely agree with all that. I think in terms of, if you're looking at least at the first few years in terms of impact, we know that there's very little kind of transition from running back, like at the running back position from college to the pros. We know that players who are good at college and who are able to do it, like, will be able to step up more often than not, and will be able to do that. I think the big thing is, as you were kind of going towards, Kevin, is it means that the Falcons, with that receiving ability, it means that the Falcons aren't tipping their hand on offense. Like, you can have him out there and know that, yeah, maybe he's going to run the ball, but similar to what Arthur Smith did a lot of in Tennessee, maybe they're going to get rid of to roll out. Maybe they're going to do a lot more play action. And then all of a sudden, rather than just having kind of your standard traditional receivers downfield, which like we know that they will use, you've got those kind of easier checkdowns because you've got Robinson there, and you will also have with Pitts and Smith from the tight end position, you've got those kind of you've got those positions covered, the ones that people refer to as like being the quarterback's best friend, don't you? And those kind of easy ones to get players in rhythm and to get all of this thing going. And so it'll be interesting to see. Like, it should theoretically allow Smith to kind of disguise a lot more of the things that he wants to do, and should allow the Falcons to be kind of a much more unpredictable offense. And I think as a kind of starting point, knowing that you have that guy who you don't have to take off the field in any situations. Obviously, he's not going to be on there for 100% of snaps, but when he's out there, the fact that they will still be able to open up the entire playbook and do whatever it is, I think is kind of a big win for the offense.
Yeah, no, I mean, all of those things are important. And it's also important to know, I'm going to pull up the exact statistics on it, but the Falcons were one of the teams that utilized multiple running back sets at one of the highest rates in the NFL. And generally people think of that as like fullbacks, but they also used Patterson and Algier on the field at the same time. And they did a lot of pistol stuff. Clearly, like, Arthur Smith is willing to utilize multiple running backs. And I don't think this minimizes Algier's role as much as some people might think at this point. We got the Bears. In case I didn't make it clear, that the Eagles did take Jalen Carter at 9. They traded up one spot with the Bears and gave the Bears a 4th-round pick. Here at 10, we have the Bears taking tackle Darnell Wright from Tennessee. So he's actually the second tackle off the board. Again, that was one that was kind of gaining some steam lately. I did want to address too, with Joe Schmo in the chat, longtime viewer. Appreciate Joe always. Joe's saying, like, it doesn't matter who the running back is if your offensive line can't block, and that's true. I guess I don't know where the big concern about the Falcons not being able to run block is coming from, because they were one of the best in the NFL at it last year. The pass blocking,
pretty good.
Yeah, the pass blocking, that's another story. It was pretty average at best. So, I'm not as concerned about the offensive line, but do you guys have any thoughts on that? The offensive line being up to snuff to really maximize Bijan here?
I kind of appreciate that Arthur Smith just said, I don't really give much of a shit about pass blocking. We're going to be running the ball a lot there. So I kind of appreciate that. I would expect them to address the offensive line sometime soon. I would like, at least personally, I'd love to see a left guard, 3rd or 4th round, something like that. But we do also have to remember that Atlanta still has cap space. So, post-draft, as they're really kind of looking at their depth chart, they can go pick up some of these veterans. You don't need every single you don't need every single lineman to be a first rounder, really. This kind of reminds me of I believe we had an offensive line that was entirely first rounders under Thomas Dimitroff, and that line sucked. So I think part of this is coaching, and I think the coaching is up to snuff. And there are some other options there, but that's just kind of my thoughts there.
Yeah. Go ahead, Andy. Yeah.
I was going to say I agree with that. I think it's there are slight concerns with the pass protection, but it's very much a kind of play to your strengths offense. We know that they're going to want to run the ball more often than not. That's essentially a large part of the reason that Caleb McGarry was earned the contract that he did. If it had still been kind of the traditional passing offense with Matt Ryan dropping back 40 times a game, I don't think Caleb McGarry is getting that money that he's getting. So Arthur Smith has put in place kind of things that will mitigate perhaps the pass protection not being as high as it could be, and as Matt said, like there are still picks that are available to be had. There is still like the potential to add players afterwards, whether that's through free agency or we've seen that the Terry's got a bit of a propensity for trading at the moment. Like there will always be players available, and again, coming back to kind of what Dwayne Ledford and the Falcons coaching staff showed last year is they looked as if they are able to improve players, and they are able to, for whatever reason, maybe not to the same extent, but similar to what Dante Scarnecchia was doing in New England for so long, that they were just getting guys and they were just plugging them in, and they just knew the system, and they just did what was kind of expected of them. And so I think a lot of it is about kind of mitigating that risk. And I don't think it's going to be a traditional drop back offense where they're going to be looking to pass the ball 30, 40 times a game. So you can kind of get away slightly with the fact that the pass protection might not be as strong as the run blocking is.
Yeah, I do have another thought too. While we're kind of on this topic, so let's say the blocking, doesn't really get to where it needs to be, and the offense struggles, and Atlanta wins like 6 games or something this year. For everyone mad right now, that means everyone's going to get fucking fired, and they're all going to be out of their ass come Black Monday. So this is definitely a riskier pick. So sometimes you may see teams grab that lineman or grab that quarterback, because that's going to buy them some time. That hey, we need this person to develop. If you're taking a running back at 8, you need to win, and you need to win immediately. So it does change. I think it changes. I guess expectations for this year, because if they underperform, if this is 3 years of underperforming, missing the playoffs, and you took a running back at 8 and you weren't able to make it work, you are in trouble, and you are looking for a new job next year. So maybe that brings some sort of solace to anyone who's not happy with the Bijan pick.
Yeah. I mean, the Titans are up at 11 here. The pick is in. We'll see what's going on with that one soon. But it's just, I think we've gotten too far away from just having fun, right? Like fun is if you've watched this Falcons team for the past 5 years, this team has been miserable. We've struggled every single week. Like, can't we just have fun? Like, can't we just have something nice like Bijan Robinson, who's people, the worst thing you could probably say about Bijan Robinson is maybe he's not worth a top 10 pick. But this guy, people are going to love him. He's going to be a huge game changer for this offense. And he's going to be fun as hell to watch. This is a special star player that you're getting at 8th overall. And you can't do that in a lot of drafts. The only reason he's there is because he's a running back, and the rest of the NFL is too big of a coward to take him, So, I think it's underrated, the fun angle of this. It's going to sell jerseys. It's going to get butts in the seats. And we come back to the fact that the Falcons were able to make this pick because of the way they addressed and attacked all their needs in free agency, where, like we talked earlier in the show, that they don't need to take an edge rusher. They don't really have to. It would be nice to get a developmental guy in here, but they don't have to. At cornerback, they traded for Jeff Okudah to start opposite AJ Terrell, and maybe it's not great, but he has a ton of potential. They solidified the defensive interior with David Onyemata. They got Eddie Goldman back out of retirement. They got Calais Campbell in here. Jesse Bates, it came into the secondary to bolster this group. The defense has completely been renovated from top to bottom. You don't have to force anything at 8. You could just comfortably go get the guy you want. There's plenty of picks left in this draft to attack needs, people. It's not like they took Bijan and now it's over. The draft ends now. As you guys know, all the picks after the first one don't count. So
that was the Thomas Dimitrov. That was his motto. Picks after the first round, they don't matter, and he's not drafting anyone worth anything there. Now, Kevin, I really like your point about this just being more a team that should be more fun to watch, because we've been in a very long period where we are. I spend all week looking forward to finishing the Falcons game so I can get that off of my plate because there are so many times where we're in like a 5-game losing streak, and then we're going to go play the Browns, who are going to just steamroll Atlanta, and the games start off bad and then they just get worse the whole time. It's like I'm going to be in 3 hours of hell with this, and I do need them to fix that. And if that's with a running back, then so be it.
And you've seen as well, I think you've seen as well that whether or not they had taken Bijan, they were going to stick to their philosophy of running the ball. We saw them do it with like last year with Algier and Patterson and Huntley. We saw them do it the year before with Mike Davis and whoever else. So they might as well be doing it with someone who is a special talent. Like if they're going to do it anyway, like we don't want to see some someone who would be like a third stringer anywhere else, some 30-year-old journeyman running the ball 20 times a game. We'd rather see the young game-breaking talent who at any point could take the ball 80 yards and score. At the very least, that kind of keeps the excitement level there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it adds so much dynamic playmaking, and it's like I don't think people realize like the Falcons needed dynamic playmaking, and this wide receiver class is not good. Like Jackson Smith-Njigba, quality player. Like I like Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's a slot receiver. He needs to play the slot. Maybe he can play the outside someday, like sort of like Justin Jefferson did. Like he sort of transitioned there. But like I just don't think you take a guy like Jackson Smith-Njigba to change positions. The Falcons just don't use a slot receiver. So they needed a dynamic player to add to this offense. They needed another threat in the passing game. And like they need another running back. We know like Cordell Patterson is I don't want to say bit player. Like that's not correct. He is a complementary piece now. He's going to be your returner. He's going to be your maybe your goal line guy. I mean, Patterson seems to have this crazy nose for the end zone, and like I would not argue with that ever. And like you have Tyler Algier. Like I think people look at this as like, oh, you have Tyler Algier. This is a wasted pick. No, like this. Because you have Tyler Algier, it makes this pick better. You don't have to force Bijan to carry the ball 20, 25 times in a game, run him into the ground in his first 3 years in the league, and then, throw him away for scraps after a couple of years. Like people seem to think that's the way to use RBs in the NFL. That's what teams do. I don't think that's the way it has to be done. What if, and another running back goes off the board here to the Lions, Jahmyr Gibbs at pick 12. So
I wanted to talk about that. Maybe,
yeah. Well, please.
Maybe draft value is cyclical, and backs are becoming in vogue again. Maybe we're at the start of a new trend.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the Falcons are just trendsetters here.
Yeah, teams have looked at it and said, "We want to be like Atlanta."
That's definitely it. Yeah, definitely. I'm going with that. So
maybe for the Lions, they're like, "Oh, we need that sort of consistency." There, but one of the interesting things that Robinson I think does for Atlanta, it really lessens the need for a good wide receiver 2 here. I think we're probably going to just see a wide distribution outside of Pitts and London. So maybe it's a little rich for a running back at 8, but if you don't need to take a wide receiver in round 2 or 3 because Robinson's going to he's going to be able to drop in the slot. He's going to be. I mean, he should be catching a good number of balls this year. I think if you look at it from that aspect, it makes a little more sense there.
Yeah, no, I think so too. And real quick, I want to let people know the giveaway. We're going to give this away right around 10:00 p.m. Eastern time. So if you want to enter, make sure you do so now. You've got up until the giveaway ends. But I would go ahead and get that out of the way. So real quick for people, these are the steps you need to take to enter. Subscribe to the Falcoholic on YouTube. Like the video too, if you don't mind. We'd like that. Join the Falcoholics Discord server. The link to that's in the show description. And then you need to join the giveaway here on the live stream in the chat by typing !enter. Then you just need to be here when we actually draw to make sure that we can get you the card on Discord or through whatever communication method works best. But but we'll deliver the card to you through Discord. So make sure you follow these steps and type in !enter, and you will be able to enter the giveaway. We got a lot of people in here already, so I'm excited for this. We'll also be having giveaways on day 2 and day 3, as well as a special patron giveaway. If you're interested in that, that's just for the patrons. You don't need to enter. All active patrons are automatically entered in that drawing. And if you want to support the show, maybe you like what we're doing here. You like the vibes, you like the quality, maybe you just like the takes, or maybe you just, this is just somewhere for you to be. That's fine too. You can support us on Patreon, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live. If you want to throw your weight behind us, we really appreciate that, guys. Thank you so much. And of course, subscribe, all that good stuff. Yeah, so we got.
Maybe they just want they just want the voice of another human being, and they're like, this is really helping me out here. What are we giving away? we should. I'm very curious. What's
it's
an
an
alcoholic giveaway?
It's a $50 NFL shop gift card.
I've seen what they sell in the NFL shop. That might get you half of a hat.
It may get you a hat. If you wait for a sale, you might be able to get a whole half zip or a whole polo. But it probably won't get you a whole jersey. But if you enter in all 3 giveaways, maybe you win multiple giveaways. And we did think about this. We were like, well, do we want to do $100 one, maybe $200 ones? But we wanted to give more people opportunities to win, I guess is sort of what we landed on. And it could take a good chunk out of a jersey. But we're not responsible for inflation here on the Falcoholic. So,
After drafting a running back at 8, winning a $50 voucher could be the prompt that someone needs to just go and support another team.
Yeah, maybe.
I'm putting that towards my Philadelphia Eagles hat.
For
there you go.
$50, you can get a Mayfield jersey at NFL shop.
Secondhand, yeah. Really a special edition. It could definitely get you something bootleg, but unfortunately, NFL shop does not sell anything bootleg, as far as I know. But let me get to a few donations here real quick from George. George with the commentary, as always. George says, with the $2, good news, guys. You can still enter to win $50 to win, or you can still enter to win $50 off your new Bijan Robinson jersey. Bijan, baby. Absolutely. So type in it's not hashtag, it's ! enter. Make sure you're subscribed and all that stuff. And then George Costanza with another comment here. He says, if interior offensive lineman Steve Avila is there tomorrow, I think he could be the pick, plug and play. You guys know I love him to death. And yeah, that's definitely something we'll talk about, is the potential spots still go on day 2. They could still move into day 1. It's something that was teased that they've been looking at moving up as well. I think some people took that to mean that they were looking at moving up from 8. I never bought that. I think that they're looking to move up from 44. And remember, folks, they've never once made their original second-round pick. They've traded it both times under Terry Fontenot. One time they moved back, one time they moved up. So far, they've always traded off that second-round pick. And I will say at this point, watch Brian Branch. And if Brian Branch falls into the late 20s, then I would be watching closely to see if the Falcons do make a move for Brian Branch, because they do love him. I know that'd probably piss off people too, that they're adding another skill position player and not a trench player. But,
what if they add another running back?
Just total chaos. Well, now that Jahmyr Gibbs is gone, you could never have too many. You just need to make sure that you collect them like Infinity Stones.
There you go. I thought that was tight ends though, but
yeah, that's true.
I like the idea of the trade up here. If they do it, if they hop back in the end of the first round, because that 5th-year option, assuming you don't have say a Caleb McGarry situation where you don't exercise that option, that does save you a good bit of money, having that extra year on that deal. So generally, I think that's a good idea, but we'll obviously we'll see.
I think the other fact, sorry, I was going to say, I think the other factor to consider is that there's a hope, if not an expectation, that they will get a good pick next year from the Calvin Ridley situation. His the trade will escalate if he gets a new contract. So that might give them a little bit more confidence to say, you know what, it's not the end of the world if we lose a future pick, because we're going to be getting another good one back.
Yeah, and we got
Well, I
Dave.
sure hope the Falcons
Pop in
aren't
here.
betting on it.
Yeah,
Okay.
good one, Matt. I was waiting for
We'll
someone
do
to
it.
do that, so thank you.
Yeah. I was waiting for the talking to stop so I could
Yeah.
slip in the bad joke everyone knew was coming in.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Someone had to fall on the sword. I'm glad it was you.
Yeah.
So we got. Let me recap before we welcome Dave back in here. Let me recap the last 3 picks for everyone. The Titan, not the. It's. I don't think it's the. Is it? Was it the Titans still at 11? I can't keep track of all these teams anymore. Anyway, at 11, Peter Skoronski, the offensive lineman. Then we had Jahmyr Gibbs going to the Lions at 12. And then at pick 13, which is the new Packers pick after the Aaron Rodgers trade, they took Lucas Van Ness and not a pass catcher. So they don't spite Aaron Rodgers by immediately taking a wide receiver in the first round after he leaves. So I'm disappointed in that. But
Damn.
Dave, welcome back. How was the writing?
Good. I just finished a couple articles, so yeah.
Is it endless
Just
scream?
kind of,
Just
what's that?
endless scream you went for? Just the whole article is just yeah.
Yeah, just thinking a little bit about what the Falcons are doing here, and like each individual pick, Pitts, London, Ritter, and now Robinson. They're not necessarily unique, but what they're building is kind of the outlier offense in my mind, right? Like you're looking at building an offense that goes against trend lines in the NFL in so many ways. And so it's really interesting to see, like, does this become the offense that a bunch of other teams ultimately end up emulating, or is it one that crashes and burns because it goes against the grain? So I'm just sort of fascinated to see where this goes. I really did not necessarily think they would end up taking Robinson at 8. I knew it was a possibility that they would take him, potentially with trade down, but the fact that they did so tells you, yes, he was the best player available to them, and they're going to run the hell out of the ball. Matt Collins is getting
Run
a
the
lot
piss
of work
out of the
as a blocker.
football, as Arthur Smith says.
He's catching
right?
10 passes, but he's blocking every snap.
Yep. I mean, who needs receivers really at this point? So
Who cares, man? Kyle Pitts is catching everything.
yeah, it's exciting
Also,
stuff.
if the Falcons had committed to taking a running back, I think fans would rather they took Bijan at 8 than traded back a few picks, lost out on him, and ended up kind of panicking and taking Gibbs
Yeah.
high.
It seems like. I wonder if that's part of it, is that they got maybe intel that the Lions were looking to get Bijan, and they were like, the Lions have already moved into 12, right? So it's getting pretty, sketchy. And like if they did move back to 11 with the Titans, which was a popular spot, they could have risked losing Bijan for sure. But my guess is that, the Titans wanted CJ Stroud. I'm guessing that was correct, and that when he went, they were like, okay, we're done with the trade up. And no, apparently nobody wants Will Levis, which checks out to me. But if the Bucs take Will Levis, God, please let's let that happen. That would be really funny to me.
There's a few
please.
guys falling who we were kind of traditionally like. If you'd been running a mock draft simulator and had seen Christian Gonzalez still on the board at 14, you'd have probably restarted it because you'd have said this is getting unrealistic here. So yeah, Gonzalez, Levis, JSN still on the board. I haven't seen what the Steelers are doing, but there's in the run up to it, we just kept hearing that it's like that nobody knows anything, and it is going to be the most unpredictable draft in a while. And you've seen it with teams moving around and how teams are valuing people. And I think it will continue. I think we will get to the end of the first round and we'll be looking at it, and you will see guys who you had much higher on your board, and there will be that kind of clamour to, as we were talking about earlier, to move around and see with teams trying to get back up to the top of day 2.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got the Steelers moving up to 14 here. So we'll see what happens there. That's another interesting one. A lot of trades tonight. The Steelers are actually about to make the pick, so we'll go ahead and read this off once it officially comes in here in just a second. Reminder, folks, real quick. The giveaway is going to run for about 10 12, 13 more minutes, something like that. And then we will announce the winner. So you need to make sure that you're here if you're trying to win, so we can get in contact with you. But we will announce that soon. And the Steelers traded up for a dog, Georgia tackle Broderick Jones, which definitely I understand why they traded up, because tackle was getting super thin at this point. So
the Steelers' offensive line was an absolute disaster last year as well. For anyone who took Najee in fantasy, will have been realizing that when you're watching him just crash into the back of offensive linemen 3 yards in his own backfield. So they definitely needed to do that.
Hey, speaking of fantasy, how early did you draft Robinson this year? Let's even say like you're in a PPR or something like that. Like, is he a first round pick already?
Yeah, I think so.
Think he goes very early.
Especially Dynasty, he's 1-1, no question.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I think so.
I think he'll go very early. I think in the same way that Saquon did, in the same way that Zeke did. I think when you have that kind of mix of a highly drafted player in an offense that people know is productive, like when it comes to running the ball, but part of me, I was enjoying the kind of regular abuse that the Falcons and Arthur Smith were getting from the fantasy community for ruining Kyle Pitts and ruining Drake London and all of these things. So I kind of think if you can get the triple threat going on and just ease Bijan in with like 6 carries a game behind Tyler Algier, then it'd be quite fancy the implosion.
We've seen a lot of fantasy discussion if they get Kyle Pitts in as a blocker, but Bijan Robinson is catching like 15 balls a game or something, so only has like 2 carries. Everyone would use their mouse then, kind of.
Pretty good.
Yeah. It'd be fun.
Yeah, Matt, you may want to pop in and out real quick. I think we might be losing you. It was a little digitized there for that last bit. So you may just want to drop in and out real quick. There we go. Yeah. No, it was a little. I felt like we were going to the future there for a second with ChatGPT. Yeah, ChatGPT was taking over. So, but Jets are up here at pick 15 now. This was Green Bay's original pick. Let me read off a couple more donations here. We got George Costanza once again with the $2. Thank you so much, George. He says, if Ritter just so happens to fall on his face and unfortunately look like trash this season, pull a Mike Ditka next year, go up to 1 and take Caleb Williams. Yeah, I mean, they could, right? I mean, they could. Like, right now they're holding on to all their picks, all their assets. They may have, like you guys mentioned, they may get a second rounder from the Calvin Ridley trade. That could help in that sort of situation. So they do have that in their back pocket. They do. So we got Moon Start with the $10. What's up, Moon? Thank you so much for that donation. He says, if you're a bit pressed, take a deep breath in, breathe out, and say, Bijan. Props to George Costanza on his perfect record in the Arthur Smith, Terry Fontenot era. He has the crystal ball. Yeah. I thought, George, did you stick with Jordan Davis the whole time, or did you move to Drake London? I guess I can't remember. But I know George was absolutely on Kyle Pitts from like during the NFL season, started calling for Kyle Pitts. And George was a pretty early adopter of Bijan as well. But yeah, we got the Jets on the clock here, so we'll see what happens there. Dave, how has the reception to the Bijan pick gone on the official Falcoholic Twitter? I'm sure everyone has been very reasonable and calm.
Yeah, nothing but either Hall of Fame or complete bust reactions so far.
So very calm.
It's been about what I expected, which is probably leaning a little bit more negative than positive, because it's a top 10 running back. Tyler Algier is coming off a 1,000-yard season. Everyone badly wants that great Falcons defense that I've seen since I was -7 years old or whatever. But it's a mixed bag. Plenty of people are happy about it. I think it's honestly seeing it work, right? We know Bijan is going to be a great player. If he stays healthy, if he's as good as he possibly can be, which is like better than expected, which I think is reasonable actually to expect from him, and the offense really hums this year with Ritter at the helm, then I think everybody's going to be happy. It's kind of like the Pitts pick, not everyone was happy with it. Then he had a great rookie season overall. We won't talk about the second year for a variety of reasons. Same thing with Drake London, seeing how well he did, especially with Ritter at the helm. Everybody just needs to see it in action. You get in on the guys that you're in on. And if one of them wasn't Bijan, you're upset right now. But if nothing else, what I want to convey to people is Falcons football is going to be fun, right? Like, I hope they win a ton of games. They could. I feel like they've made real strides here, but watching this offense work, unless Ritter is a complete disaster, and I am knocking on wood here, it's going to be fairly spectacular. Maybe the defense implodes a little bit. Maybe not everything works the way we want it to, but Bijan, Kyle Pitts, Drake London, Tyler Algier, Matt Collins with that blocking ability, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, for sure. And I do want to touch on a theme I'm sensing, and I sort of figured this would happen, to be honest. The Falcons passed on Jalen Carter. Okay. I've been trying to warn everyone that this was going to happen for a long time. And by saying, I think Jalen Carter is a top player in this class. He would be number 2 on my big board for the Falcons, basically. But I have to put an asterisk on there because Jalen Carter may be off of their board and may be off the board of a lot of NFL teams. He went 9, okay? So this is a player that I think had a case to be the number 1 overall pick when the Bears were on the clock. And at the very least to be a top 4 pick, the first non-quarterback taken easily. He didn't go until 9. This is not just the Falcons electing to pass on Jalen Carter. In fact, the Raiders went with Tyree Wilson, who has a Liz Frank foot injury, apparently, which is no joke, over Jalen Carter. Fair or not, teams do have questions about Carter off field. We can't comment on if that's legit or not. I imagine that there's something to it, but we don't know, so we can't really say. But my guess is that Jalen Carter was not on the Falcons board, at least not at 8, and was not on the board of a lot of teams. So I don't disagree that Jalen Carter probably would have been a great pick here from that talent standpoint, much the same argument you could make for Bijan, but we know the Falcons care a lot about makeup. Terry Fontenot talks about it all the time. And again, I'm not trying to disparage Jalen Carter's makeup. What I'm trying to say is that Bijan has elite character traits. Like I said, go watch any of his interviews. You tell me if you're not immediately sold on Bijan, the person. The Falcons don't want to take character risks with their top picks. They just don't. They don't do it. In fact, they kind of seem to be scared off of it entirely if you discount the whole Deshaun Watson thing, which we all know that it wasn't really this front office that pushed that. So I get being upset about it. If you wanted Jalen Carter, makes total sense. I think he would have been a good fit here. He would have slotted right in and had, a potentially good role here. But it's more than just what they do on the field, because you're not drafting a robot who plays football and then when the game's over, you just turn him off and stick him in the locker room. Like, you're talking about, this is a person who has a family, who has a whole entire life outside of football, and you're drafting in the first round the face of your year, essentially, the face of your draft, the face of your offseason. And fair or not, teams care about that from a media standpoint, from a can we trust this guy standpoint. Is this a guy we want to give $20 million guaranteed to over the next few years? Because that's what that 8th pick is probably going to cost you. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to agree with it. You don't have to agree with the pick, but he was off their board. I don't know that as a fact, but I think them passing on him probably means he's off their board. So
Yeah, I think that's it. I think the key thing is that we don't know. The Falcons will have done more preparation than anybody watching tonight or anybody in the Falcons fan base will have done, short of knowing Jalen Carter personally. So as much as it'll be a sensitive subject, people, because He is like one of the elite talents in the draft, and as much as it's sensitive subject because he went to Georgia, the Falcons fan base has a lot of Georgia fans. Georgia have been very successful, and you're looking at potentially the best player from the best team in college football. So I get why all of those things come together. And similar to you, Kevin, I would have loved for the Falcons to take him. I think he'd have been a great player, but they will have put like weeks and weeks and weeks and months of research into everything behind the scenes to construct a complete picture, and will have made their decision based on that. So no matter like me watching 4 games of him on YouTube and seeing a few interviews, like I'm not going to be in the same position as they are to make a judgment call on whether they think that he is a fit for the organization. And as you say, whether he is the guy that they want to hang their hats on and say, yeah, this is our 2023 draft class. So yeah, same with you. I understand the frustration, but it's not a Laramie Tunsil decision or Lyle Collins where it's just happened and they've had to react to it in real time in the moment. Like they will have been doing their background on Jalen Carter like for a year, maybe more than a year. So they will have come to the decision that they think is best for the organization.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. Dave, I don't know if you have anything you want to add on that, or if you want to change up the subjects here because it's a little heavy, but
No, I just I tend to think, and again, they've done the research. Like for me, if it was based around the nebulous effort concern, which I know is a big deal for people, and what happened, it feels like that was heavily weighed against him. This is a guy who has been through a lot recently. So to me, Carter will probably be very successful in the NFL. I don't entirely understand passing on him for the character concerns, but I also think it's very possible that the Falcons just had Bijan rated higher on their board than Carter. So I think it might be that simple rather than that. But that said, I do think, one of the things that the team has been ridiculed for, and maybe Ritter too, has been like, there's been a lot of talk about his intangibles, right? People are like, just talk about his talent, man. I want to know more about his talent. I want to know you believe in his talent. And I get that completely because you want to know that. But I really think, they look at Ritter as a guy who, he has his flaws for sure. But he also is a fairly incredible athlete, which I think people overlook, and is somebody that on the intangibles front, they completely believe in him. Like all of the quotes after the draft from that front office and that coaching staff before they got squirrely because Mariota had won the competition was, very favorable in terms of how mature he is, what kind of leader he is, and the work that he's going to put in to get better. And I think that's something the Falcons believe in. And I think one of the reasons, besides the fact that he is an insanely talented running back and pass catching option for this offense, one of the reasons they believe in Bijan is because he does seem to be that kind of person too, who is, possessed with a tremendous work ethic, is sort of a leader of men. And to me, the Falcons are trying to build a team that is, supremely athletic and talented, but also has people who really buy into that and are willing to lead by example and put in that work. And like, the margins are razor thin for NFL players. Like to get to the NFL, you have to be somebody who works pretty hard. You have to be somebody who has some of these unique innate talents and skills. But, if you think that in that razor thin margin, there's somebody who is special, not just as a talent, but as a person, then yes, you want to add that. And so that's the other subplot here that makes this interesting is the Falcons are betting on the people, not just the players. And I think that's one of the reasons that they believe that Ritter can pilot an offense with all of these insanely talented players on them. So I do think that's important to them. Maybe that's a factor with Carter. Maybe it's not, but I do think it's one of the reasons that ultimately they didn't trade back. They didn't do X, Y, or Z, and they just went with Bijan because they believe in him as a player, where we can all see the evidence of that, but as a person as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those
Okay,
are
guys.
jerseys.
Yeah. Well, All right, so the giveaway did close officially. I'm gonna open it back up until 10:15, and I'm gonna tweet it out. So just gonna leave it open for just a little bit longer in case anyone was just a little bit off. And it got a little scuffed at the beginning. So we'll leave it open until 10:15. So that's another 10 minutes. So if you want to join, you still can by typing !enter. So you got just a few more minutes, and we will announce that at around 10:15. We did get a pick here with at pick 15, the Jets select edge rusher Will McDonald IV, who was a late first, early second round pick in a lot of mock drafts. He ends up going ahead of both Nolan Smith and Miles Murphy in this one. That's a little bit of a surprise. And we're waiting now to hear the Commanders pick here at 16 as well. Yeah. Very interesting draft so far. I think I'll go over the best available players here in a minute. But yeah, has anything surprised you guys tonight? Other than the stuff we've already covered extensively. But anything else? There's been a lot of trades. I think we're maybe on pace for a record. So at this point.
Do you want to go, Dave?
Sure. Yeah. So I think, there are several surprises. Bijan was a mild surprise for me because I wasn't sure they were going to take him at 8. But I do think that Paris Johnson being the first offensive lineman off the board, Arizona skipping down and then skipping back up to get him, their interest in him didn't surprise me, but sort of where he got picked and by whom. Witherspoon going at number 5 when I expected that to be Jalen Carter was a surprise. Frankly, Gibbs going at number 12 to Detroit. Yeah, it's been a fairly surprising draft, and I expected to kind of follow the usual course, which is there's a lot of pre-draft buzz and smoke and so forth, and then things kind of unfold as you expect them to. And I don't think that's exactly happened here. And now I'm starting to entertain some wild scenarios where maybe somebody like Nolan Smith falls all the way to the top of the second round, and the Falcons think about that, which I know is ridiculous, but it's been kind of a weird draft. So
it has been a weird one. Yeah. Andy, anything that surprised you?
Yeah, I think similar. I think in the run up, we kind of most people thought that once you fell outside the top 10 or so picks, that from 10 to 40 or so was kind of relatively similar talent. But you do see all of these mock drafts every minute, every day, every week, that kind of gets you into some form of consensus, doesn't it? So then when you see a guy like Gibbs or a guy like McDonald, who you like when you're looking at Daniel Jeremiah and Dane Brugler and all of these guys who are saying, oh yeah, they'll they might come off the board in the first round, but it's kind of borderline. That is when it starts to surprise you. But maybe it shouldn't, because, as I say, maybe it is just a case that teams are looking at it, and there are, when you look at the edge class, because obviously that's, as we said before, that's been a big need for the Falcons forever. A lot of them do kind of fall into a similar category where you go, you know what, there's not really any complete players there, and it is a bit of a depends on what your taste is. So there's guys who can win with speed, as you see with McDonald, and as you see with Nolan Smith and guys like that. But then you get to guys like Miles Murphy, say, and Lucas Van Ness, and that kind of different style of rusher. So I think, yeah, we are just seeing a lot of guys who are kind of graded similarly, and probably most teams will probably have a relatively similar viewpoint on, and they are just picking what they feel works best for their defense, even if it's not necessarily what the kind of consensus was beforehand. The other big surprise to me is Christian Gonzalez.
Who?
I'll be interested to see because
Who just went to the Patriots here at 17.
This is just the Patriots. Okay, I'll be interested to see if there's a case because sometimes we hear that actually there was a medical issue that was flagged, and sometimes we hear everyone keeps talking about him falling, and it's just the case that the NFL just wasn't as high on him as kind of social media mock drafters are. So yeah, it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see what the scoop on that is because but in the run up, we were kind of looking at it and saying it's probably neck and neck between him and Witherspoon for cornerback one, and we thought there was a real possibility that he'd be off the board by the time the Falcons picked. So for him to drop to 17, was an interesting one.
Yeah, for sure. And we saw two quarterbacks actually go back to back there with the Commanders taking Emmanuel Forbes, the needle, over Christian Gonzalez, which is just insane to me. Emmanuel Forbes is 166 pounds, and this guy goes over Christian Gonzalez, who's like basically the most prototypical player you could possibly see. So that's pretty wild. That's definitely a shocker to me.
So what's going to be really interesting now is I think if you look at you've got Detroit, you've got Tampa Bay, you've got Seattle, you've got Minnesota, like in a few picks after that, you're kind of looking at teams and going, well, Will Levis is still there, Hendon Hooker is still there. These are teams that people were speculating originally might be in on the Hendon Hooker sweepstakes as that kind of fifth quarterback. But with Levis still on the boards, like there's an opportunity there. So it'll be especially interesting with Tampa Bay because you're looking at it and there's not much in that quarterback room at the moment, and obviously it's very relevant to the Falcons for who you're going to be playing twice a season.
Yeah, it's an interesting one for sure. Like you said, Detroit's now up at 18, and then we're going to get to see if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers do go for Will Levis or Hendon Hooker at 19. I mean, sort of feels like
I kind of want a Kyle Trask season.
Well, you're not wrong. You're not alone there, Andy. Because I also would like to see that, but I don't know. I feel like they sort of have to take a Will Levis at 19. But I mean, we've seen some guys really fall, like Christian Gonzalez, very shocking, and Will Levis. I mean, I think this is more like the appropriate range to draft Will Levis, to be honest. So but like this was a guy that what was the favorite to go number 2 to the Texans for a while, which was always silly. But I mean, Will Levis to the Colts was very popular, and now both of them, still on the board, pick 18. So
yeah,
all right,
yeah, it's as you say, there was kind of a lot of smoke about around Indianapolis as well, and with all the talk being with so much talk being about how teams were kind of looking to trade down in this situation, it does make you think, he must just be a guy that's they're just not as high on. Because generally speaking, if you are a team who is in need of a quarterback and you like a quarterback and teams are looking to trade down, you make that decision and you go and get him. So the fact that no one has done yet, could be kind of a sign for how he's viewed, really.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see where Detroit goes here, and just who ends up falling. And we're going to be doing the giveaway in about 2 minutes, folks. So you still have a little bit of time to enter, ! Enter, if you want to get in on that. If you do miss out, we'll be doing it again tomorrow and again on Saturday. So you'll have a couple chances. Always, of course, you can go hit up the Patreon, patreon.com/Falcoholic Live if you want to get involved with that as well. We'll be doing a special giveaway for our patrons there. So at this point, the pick is in for Detroit at 18, but I did want to check in real quick with right now best available players in terms of Draft Network's board here. Will Levis at quarterback, Nolan Smith, the edge rusher from Georgia, Jackson Smith and Jigba. No wide receivers have gone, by the way.
There's going to be a run, isn't there, at some point?
Oh yeah, like I feel like the latest it's going to start is Baltimore. Like if Smith and Jigba is there at Baltimore's pick, they're definitely taking him. Miles Murphy, Deontay Banks, and Joey Porter Jr. at corner. The corners sort of lasted after Devon Witherspoon. There was that big sort of gulf there. We got Kalijah Cansey. So yeah, I mean there's definitely we haven't seen any tight ends go yet, whether that's Michael Mayer or Dalton Kincaid or Darnell Washington. So it's a little bit interesting. All right, Andy, Dave, would you two mind taking over here for just a couple minutes so I can refill my beer? It's very important.
To make it last that long. And,
I've been nursing it for a while. It is 8.4%, so I was trying to go easy on it. But yes, okay, I will be back in just a few minutes, guys. I will leave you in the very capable hand. Well, actually, it's 10:15, so let's do the giveaway first. Let's announce the giveaway first, and then I'll pop away. I was testing Andy and Dave to see if they were ready. They were, so they passed the test. Great job, guys. All right, so going to close the giveaway officially. We have 94 entries out of the over 500 people that were watching. Wow, that's pretty good odds. I expected more. So don't know why you wouldn't join if you were just sitting in here, but maybe you don't want a gift card, I guess. Whatever. All right, so let's do this. Let's pick a winner. You guys ready? Let's do this stuff. Shout out, of course, to George Costanza for funding this giveaway. We're gonna call it the George Costanza NFL NFL shop giveaway here. I was actually workshopping a graphic for that. I just didn't have time to finish that, but it was gonna have a nice font and everything, George. So maybe I can get that for the last couple days.
You can put that in your Nolan Smith write-up.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's in there with the other pre-writes that we just threw in the trash. So, all right, let's do this. All right, it is Paul Mack. Paul Mack, longtime viewer of the show, who is the winner of the $50 NFL Shop gift card. Paul, if you could put your Discord username in the chat, I will get in contact with you on Discord, and I will get you your card, hopefully here soon. So yeah, go ahead and throw your Discord username in there, and I will contact you. We'll get that to you by the end of the night. So cool stuff there. On that note, going to get that beer and take a momentary break. I will leave you in the very capable hands of Andy Gallagher and Dave Choate for just a few minutes here, folks. We will be right back. Try this little camera cover here. Let's see if this works.
Dave, I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this here. So as we kind of move closer towards the second round, under Terry, the Falcons haven't really kind of they seem to have taken a very much kind of best player available stance towards things, and obviously every general manager says, "Oh yeah, he was top of our board. We were stunned that he fell to us." But there you go. Do you think that they will kind of continue in that vein, which, like from a fan's perspective, is an exciting one, because you expect by doing that the players that they do select will be players that you like. Do you think they'll kind of continue in that vein, or do you think they'll look at it and say, you know what, we need to make sure that we, like on day 2, we add a cornerback or an edge rusher or a left guard? Or
yeah, I think it's still going to be the best player available. And I think something that we've seen over the last couple of drafts is that you're looking at guys on the draft second day who they believe are the best player available, but they might not be the best player available for the year they're drafted, right? You look at Richie Grant, you look at Arnold Ebiketie, D'Angelo Malone, Jalen Mayfield's kind of a different story, so we'll ignore him. But, you know, these are guys that they believe can be special with time. And so I do think that they will end up going sort of the pre-draft, and I can't remember who wrote that article, but it was about the Falcons going after maybe a safety and a wide receiver. if that's accurate, I think those aren't huge positional needs. Safety certainly isn't. Wide receiver is more so, but you could see them take players who aren't the guys that we expect, maybe a Brian Branch if he's available, who are immediate day one impact players. But it could be somebody like a Rashee Rice at wide receiver who I think could be special with time, with care, with development, but may not be a huge factor in year one when Mac Hollins is blocking his way into our hearts, So, that's kind of how I look at it. I think they will stick with the best player available. I don't think we'll necessarily see the positions we think are going to be addressed or would be priorities for you and I, like left guard, edge rusher, which is always a priority for me, necessarily addressed. And I don't think it'll necessarily be the player that week one of the 2023 season you're thinking, great, this guy's going to make a huge impact for us. But it is somebody that they think, 2 years down the line, 3 years down the line, might end up being, in retrospect, the best player selected at that slot. So what do you think, though? I mean,
I do have a similar thought process. I think that, as you say, they've valued athleticism in the last couple of years. Like you look at Troy Anderson pick, he was the most athletic by RAS. He was like the most athletic linebacker of all time.
And like 5 different positions, I think, too.
And I think one of the things they seem to be doing at the moment is kind of is putting a lot more in the hands of their coaching staff. Again, we said earlier, we saw it with the offensive line where they've gone, you know what, we'll find guys and we'll make it work. We're seeing it with the picks of guys like Troy Anderson and some of these kind of like toolsy guys who they're adding, and they're saying, we feel as if we've made enough of an investment off the field in our coaching staff. We feel as if we've got strong enough guys there that we will be able to develop these players. And you'll see, like you see it with like a few of the kind of more rentally players. So you look at Blaise Campbell, he's brought in because he's he's known to be a great leader. He's known to be great off the field. But he will kind of provide that 1 year stability while, and the team will hope that Ebiketie and Malone, whoever else, pick up some things from him and are able to kind of develop their own game in their own time. And as you say, get to that point, even if it isn't in year one. So, yeah, I agree with you. I think they'll be looking at guys who, strangely, when we've just spoken about them kind of taking a running back, that means that they will be able to kind of hit the ground running and get things going from day one. I think as they progress further and further in the draft, they've done a very good job in free agency of kind of plugging the holes that they mean, you know what, if it came to week one and this is like the roster, these are the starters, these guys who we already have in place, we feel pretty good about that. It might not be perfect, like maybe they would ideally like to add some more players, but they can get by with them. They're not looking at it and saying, you know what, there's like definite weaknesses on this team here that are going to be exploited, as we perhaps have seen in past seasons. And that does allow, as in previous years with Richie Grant's the one that always comes to mind with me, it allows them to bring them in at their own time, because we know that development is fragile, and we've seen it time and time again with not specifically with the Falcons, but with young guys who are getting brought in. I mean, with the Falcons, we saw it with Isaiah Oliver, where for the first 2-3 years, everyone's saying, you know what, this guy's a bust. Like, he's not an outside corner. He can't do it, and no matter what he looks like he's not able to do it. And then they developed him in their own time. They had him like shift inside, and they got the best out of him. So I think, as you say, there's very much a kind of patient approach with this front office and this coaching staff, that they will take the guys and they will develop them and they will put them in there when they are ready. And at that point, they feel comfortable that they will make the impact. that's obviously easier to do when you're in kind of year 1, year 2 of the project. I think they'll be okay either way for year 3, unless like kind of it completely goes off the rails. I think they can feel confident. But at some point, there is going to start being this pressure to win and this pressure to kind of find instant contributors and kind of get these guys there. So we will see at what points that kind of transition begins, really.
Yeah, and I think it'll be interesting to see, because I do think, like, philosophically, Terry Fontenot would like to do things like this, have those guys on the second day, the early third day, be guys you can count on down the line, but you don't have to count on in year 1. But to do that, you really have to do well in free agency. You have to pick up the occasional gem in undrafted free agency, and you have to think ahead in terms of who you're developing for given positions and so forth. So I do think at some point you're not probably going to be good enough.
Oh no!
Oh no, not Dave. I'm working on that. Yeah, he was like right mid take too. Brutal. Yeah, I am back, guys. I'm working on the giveaway here with Paul Mack. Congratulations to him. Dave, welcome back. You were like mid take too, like mid. Yeah.
I don't even know where I left off, so
I don't know.
I'm sure it was great.
It was great stuff. Yeah, terrific stuff there, Dave.
Yeah.
I'm working on the giveaway still. I know we got a couple picks in, but yeah, if you wanna, I think just go back like 30 seconds approximately. That's probably about where we lost you.
It was very inflammatory, Dave. You
Oh yeah. I believe I was starting to take my shirt off, but anyways, yeah,
it was getting really spicy. Yep.
Yeah, I think I was just saying, like, at some point, to your point, Andy, like, you're gonna have misses, you're gonna have free agents who don't work out, and you can't indefinitely say on the second day I'm gonna get guys that are gonna help me a year or 2 from now, because you need those immediate contributors, and your expectations rise. That changes things. So it'll be interesting to see when that happens for the Falcons, whether it's this year, because we haven't seen the second and third round of this draft yet. But I do think, like, that is something that the front office would like to do, is continue to invest in guys that they believe have brighter futures than presents. It's just a question of, can they do it indefinitely?
Yeah, absolutely. All good points. I must admit that I didn't catch like the beginning of this discussion, so I can't really comment on which I'm sure was the hottest of all takes. But I appreciate you guys carrying the load there for a little bit. We will have Daniel Flick, rising star in the Falcons Twitter universe, joining us at some point once he finishes up his other writing responsibilities. Daniel has to wear a lot of hats. I have learned, so we'll see him at some point. But yeah, some interesting picks here, right? So like over the last few picks, we've seen Jack Campbell come off the board pretty early. This was a guy that we were talking about him in the second round at pick 44 as like, oh, this might be a little early for Jack Campbell, he's a really good player. I think definitely the best linebacker, but yeah. The Bucks took Kalijah Kancey, one of the more interesting defensive linemen in this class, very small, but super productive, sort of like a baby Aaron Donald. And I mean that, and he's actually like 20 pounds smaller than Aaron Donald. Maybe a guy that has a potential edge conversion in his future. And we are currently waiting on pick 20 with the Seahawks, who are letting the clock wind almost all the way down. So that may mean that they're working on trade. It may mean that they're just indecisive. Maybe they're working on, because the last Seahawks pick was actually pretty chalky. So I'm expecting some craziness here from Seattle.
Yeah. Kancey will be an interesting one for the Bucks, because they have Vita Vea in there, who kind of occupies the space of 2, 3, 4 human beings, just due to his massive size. So that should theoretically take a little bit of responsibility off Kancey, who struggles more in the run game and has not necessarily made the impact there. So it'll free him up a little bit to kind of do what he does best and develop at his own rate. But I've no doubt that the Bucs seem to just be continually investing in defensive line at the moment. But there'll be a really interesting case for this season because, as I say, their quarterback situation isn't great. I wonder if they are just kind of if they are more confident in it than we are, which I'm sure is the case because you can't get too much less confident than we are, or if they are looking kind of keeping an eye on those 2024 quarterbacks and looking at Caleb Williams and Drake May and saying, you know what, it's not the end of the world if we have a kind of bad season here and a transitional year after that kind of post Brady, and that then puts them in a good position to kind of push the button and find another guy who they think will be the guy for 15 years.
Yeah.
Hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah. Hopefully not.
Yeah. Hopefully they go. Hopefully they go 8-9 and are in no position to be able to take anyone.
There you go. Well, and then we do get maybe the Kyle Trask season that you were fantasizing about. So.
Yeah, as I say, I love it. I love it in the short term for the Falcons getting to play him. But as I'm kind of playing out what that would mean for future picks, I'm kind of less enamored with it.
Yeah, I'm.
But
yeah,
it's like there's hope, there's optimism about the Falcons for the first time in a reasonable amount of time. I think they played their hands very well in the off season so far. The division, as we know, is not the strongest at the moment, and yeah, I think whether or not they openly come out and say it, I think the expectation for Falcons has to be that they're playing meaningful games in December at the very least, and they're kind of pushing it all the way to the end, even if they don't actually get into the postseason.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm really interested to see what happens now. And we do have the Seahawks pick coming in, so as soon as I see that flash, I will read that off for you guys. But you're right. This is a very exciting time for the Falcons. I know the Bijan pick is controversial. I'm not surprised by the mixed reactions to it. We've covered it. And we do see Jackson Smith-Njigba, the first wide receiver, go off the board here to Seattle at 20. Good pick for them. I think he was that's a really good fit there. I like that.
Well, Tyler Lockett's getting older, isn't he? But JSN will, he'll be able to just kind of go into the slot, and I think there's possibility he's very productive there. With they've got a kind of sneaky good receiver room there with now with Metcalf, Lockett, and Smith-Njigba.
Yeah, I'm that's a good fit. I like that one. I'm sort of surprised. I mean, there was some buzz, right, the last few days that the wide receivers might fall, and we have officially seen that happen. So that it's interesting just to kind of parse out what is noise and what isn't. I think a lot of it ended up being true. The Cardinals being in on Paris Johnson ended up being legit. Devon Witherspoon going ahead of Christian Gonzalez was clearly on it, and then the Texans trade up rumors and that sort of thing was all legit. But then you see one of the biggest smoke screens, the Texans don't want a quarterback at 2. That was obviously false. And it's we get 2 running backs in the top 12. I mean, it's top 12. Yeah. So after some people were like, oh, well, Bijan, isn't worth the top 10 pick, and then we get 2 running backs in the top 12. So wild times.
Yeah, there's a definite art form nowadays to being able to send out the smoke screens, isn't there? And I mean, so some of the insiders just being pulled in all sorts of directions, and I'm sure they'll be having some kind of second thoughts about who they trust in future when all of them, as you say, had been pretty confident that the Texans kind of had no real interest in taking a quarterback, and certainly that it wouldn't be CJ Stroud if they did, and the team fall. So yeah, there's like they always say it's lying season, isn't it? But this year seems to be more so than most.
Yeah, I mean, it's always hard to separate the noise, and it's kind of a fool's errand in some ways. So you just sort of have to use your noggin, right? You sort of have to be like, can the Texans really not take a quarterback at 2? Like, does it make any sense, for them to like pass and then trade up for a quarterback? The price would be way higher, and maybe it doesn't matter. I mean, you pick back to back with the trade up, so maybe it doesn't actually matter. But that one's wild, and man, so many trades tonight, so many.
Yeah, because they're always rumored, aren't they? Like pre-draft every year, it's so and so's candidate for a trade down, so and so's going to do this, and generally speaking, once the actual draft starts, certainly within the top 10, very few of them actually come to fruition. But yeah, as you say, this year there's kind of been relatively constant movement. And it'll be interesting to see whether that continues into the 20s, which is usually a kind of hotbed for for teams as they start looking at who's falling and also want to get in on that fifth-year option. There's obviously only 31 picks in the first round this year, but yeah, I'd be surprised if there wasn't some movement to say, especially with kind of 2 quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly. Like that's definitely one. Like you mentioned, the 5th-year option for quarterbacks carries a lot of weight. And we'll see. Like I think for the Falcons, I've mentioned it before. I think Brian Branch is someone they're really looking at. Nolan Smith too, if he continues to fall, is definitely someone that I think they're strongly considering. So those are the 2 guys I would watch the closest, folks. Maybe that Nolan Smith pre-write, maybe it'll get to see the light of day after all. Don't throw it away yet. Yeah, don't throw it away yet. But we did get a $5 donation here from John. What's up, John? Thank you, man. He says, love the show, guys. Thank you. Appreciate that. He says, what's y'all's honest opinion on the Bijan Robinson pick, pros and cons? Yeah, we covered it, but I know people are joining late, so we'll definitely we'll touch on it again. And obviously this is a Falcon show, so we'll probably keep touching on it when we think of stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think for me, pros would be that he was the best offensive player available. Maybe the best overall talent available. I think he adds dynamic ability to your offense in both the run and short passing game. I think as a yards after catch receiver in a similar vein to Deebo Samuel, he just gives you a lot in that area, and I think that's kind of underrated. And like I think off field, Bijan is a fantastic person, and just I think he checked that box for them in a huge way. This is the guy that they want to be the face of their draft. And I think it makes a lot of sense from that angle. They don't really have any concerns. He's a really safe player. In terms of cons, I mean, you look at the positional value, right? They did pass on Jalen Carter. They passed on some edge rushers. They passed on some top corner prospects. Maybe Christian Gonzalez wasn't as highly thought of as we thought, considering Emmanuel Forbes went ahead of him. So, the positional value thing, the running back thing, right? There's angles to that. I personally don't have a problem with it. I know some probably have a bigger problem with it, so I may not be the best person to ask about the cons. And we'll definitely try to have folks on the show like over the next week or two that are more like against the pick to get some different perspectives on it. I think all of us are pretty positive on it. But Andy, what are your sort of general pro-con takeaways from that Bijan pick?
Yeah, I think as you say, the negatives are the positional value aspect of it, and the fact that Falcons got pretty good production in like last year from a 5th-round rookie with like an undrafted free agent sprinkled in there, and a relatively cheap free agent kind of sprinkled in there. So it's more of a kind of allocation of resources situation, and is that the best way to spend the 8th overall pick when you could potentially add a difference maker at one of the positions that has traditionally been kind of more difficult to add them? I think from a positives perspective, the first one, the Falcon, we touched on it already, but the Falcons are going to be more fun to watch. The Falcons ran the ball 33 times a game last year. they will continue to run the ball. So if they are going to continue to do that, having one of like a guy who could step in and instantly be a top 5 running back in the league, like it's going to be more fun with him there. The offense is going to be more explosive with him there. It's going to be more exciting with him there. And I think it will be a more productive team with him there. So not many people, I don't think there's many people who would come in and have that kind of instant impact that the Bijan will end up having. The other thing is that that it's a huge year. I don't think this can be underestimated for Desmond Ridder. Like this is his evaluation season. If it goes badly, he's probably not going to get another one. That could be him as a backup. If it goes well, all of a sudden he's playing himself into a position to be a highly paid quarterback in a couple of years, and it's like the team starter moving forwards. And if you are a decision maker in the NFL, you have to give every opportunity to those guys. You can't have it where you're going into year 3 and you are like the Jets were with Sam Darnold, where it's okay, he had like Quincy Enunwa as his wide receiver 1 and Kevin Coleman running the ball and whoever else, or like a situation like Justin Fields had last year where you're going, well, we think he's good and we think that there's a lot of upside there, but we don't really know because the offensive line's not great and the receiver options aren't great. Bijan helps massively in that way, and I think like we know he's going to touch the ball a lot, like he's going to run the ball a lot. But as you mentioned earlier, Kevin, like if he was a slot receiver, he'd still be considered very highly. Like he's more in that kind of as a prospect, he's much more kind of like Christian McCaffrey is, or like Matt Forte was, or someone who the team is going to expect him to catch 70, 80 passes, or however many it ends up being. Like he's going to get a lot of work in the receiving game. And I think just in terms of improvements that could be made from day one, he instantly improves the Falcons offense and he instantly puts them in a much, much, much better position to be competitive. And for where they are now with like the investments that have been made in free agency and like the improvements that we are hoping to see from players from year 1 to year 2 and year 2 to year 3, I think you can easily talk yourself into the Falcons' best chance of contending, and whether you believe that that's contending for a division title or more is with him as a kind of integral cog of their offense. And as we saw in when Arthur Smith was calling the plays in Tennessee, that offense, for as kind of efficient as Ryan Tannehill was, and as much of a good decision maker as Ryan Tannehill was, that offense was running through Derrick Henry, and we know that that is how Arthur Smith wants to run his team, and he's now in the best position to be able to do it.
Yeah, no, that's a great summary. I think you covered a lot of the best points there. And, you know, this is the type of team that the Falcons want to be, that they don't want to do what everyone else is doing. They don't care about the slot receiver. They don't want to run 11 personnel. Like, that you can tell, like, you never really know for sure going into it, right? Like we talk a lot about it. We spend a lot of time trying to project and think about it. And like, we don't really know, but we try to do our best to read the little scraps that we get. And what that looks like is like, where does the team typically prioritize stuff? Where does the team spend their resources? Where does the team not spend their resources? And you can use that to get a little bit of a better idea about what they prioritize and what they don't. And they prioritize the run game. We've talked about it. Every single wide receiver that they've brought in is a great run blocker. Even Scotty Miller, who's like 5'9", is like at least an average run blocker, which to me makes him a great run blocker if he's 5'9" and still an average run blocker. So that's a good opportunity for me to bring in Daniel Flick, fresh off of, I'm sure, probably writing about 50,000 articles for many teams. Daniel, how you doing?
Tired, worn out. There's a new Atlanta Falcon. His name is Bijan Robinson, in case you guys were unaware.
Are you sure? I asked a lot of people. Yeah.
Oh.
no.
Oh no, the Dave Choate curse strikes again. Did we lose you, Daniel?
Am I still there?
Yeah. Okay, you're back. You're back. We lost your take though. We lost your take. Yeah,
Okay.
whatever it
No,
was.
I was just saying I heard about it on the Falcoholic Live podcast, so it has to be true.
Yes,
So-
there you go.
exactly.
Absolutely. That
That's
we
right.
only report the facts on this one.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, Daniel, let's take it away. Tell us what you think about Bijan. We talked about it on the pod,
Yeah.
but it came true. So what are your thoughts?
I believe our take was our Lord and Savior Bijan Robinson. I'm pretty
Yep.
sure it is. Yeah.
That was it. I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Love Bijan. Just outstanding human being. I can't wait to just cover him. And I mean, obviously just outstanding individual, but outstanding football player as well. And, you know, I think when you're looking at pick 8, you really need a guy who will impact you right away on the field and off the field in the community. You know, and I mean, you're adding a guy who's going to be he'll represent you in the community as well as on the field. And I think with Bijan, there's not a question as to how he'll handle himself off the field, you know? And so to me, I think outstanding pick is how I'll phrase it. I think he's going to be, in my personal opinion, he was probably a top 3 talent in the draft, regardless of position. And I don't think you can go wrong, you know, regardless drafting a top 3 player at pick 8. And so to me, you know, obviously you've got Algier, Patterson, you know, very talented running backs room at the moment. But I mean, you can't argue the value and the talent of Bijan. And so to me, I can't complain about it. You know, there was I'm honestly not sure who else I would have taken at pick 8. I'm really, if they couldn't have traded down, I think drafting Bijan at 8 value-wise is probably about as good as they could have done. So that's my take on it. I, you know, when I got the update about it, I was actually pretty pleased. Kind of surprised, kind of not surprised, but I mean, it was honestly, I can't complain.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. And it's like, I know as soon as I saw like Jalen Carter and Bijan Robinson on the board at the same time, I was like, oh, this isn't going to go well. Like, this is going to be extremely spicy one way or the other. And, you know, they did pass on Jalen Carter. And then he ends up going 1 pick later. And fair or not, like, this is going to be, write it down, folks. This is going to be the great debate of this draft, or potentially one of them. And there's always a chance, like, everyone's like, oh, well, one person's going to win. Well, sometimes both teams come out pretty well. You know, you look at some of these and it's like, oh, both teams are pretty happy with what that is. And that's my hope, is that Jalen Carter goes on to the Eagles, has a great season, great career, just, you know, maybe doesn't play so well when the Falcons play the Eagles, you know, for the NFC Championship. And then, you know, the Falcons obviously get a great career out of Bijan Robinson. But it's, you know, it's complicated. I get that we have a lot of Georgia fans in this fan base, and Jalen Carter was a special player at Georgia, just a special player in general. So don't fault anyone for wanting Jalen Carter here. I think it would have been a good pick, but, you know, we talked about it. Like, is he on their board? And it seems to me that, you know, he may not have been at this point. So
I think as well, the crucial thing is going to be, we're not in a position where we can really make a proper judgment on it at the moment. We need to look at the draft in its entirety, and we need to look at that. Like, people saying, oh, the Falcons should have done this, the Falcons should have done that. As you said, Kevin, if it comes to it and Nolan Smith falls, or Brian Branch falls, or whoever that they end up going with, or if Miles Murphy and they decide he's that guy, all of a sudden you can build, like, you look at it and it's a much kind of more complete picture, and you say, well, yeah, they did take a running back at 8, but they took a very, very special running back at 8 and still got a good pass rusher, or still got a good cornerback at wherever they end up picking next, whether it's 44 or whether they move up or down or whatever. So, like, we always talk about, oh yeah, teams need to be flexible and teams need to be moving about. But as we said earlier, like, they will know more about what other teams are planning on doing and the situation around the league, and they will have their sources and they will know what is more likely to happen. So if they came to it and went, you know what, we don't feel comfortable that we can move down because the Lions desperately want to upgrade at running back and they desperately want to add somebody in, then it comes to it and you just have to make a judgment call. And they've decided that that Bijan is worth taking at that point and will like contribute enough to their offense and improve the team enough that they are comfortable doing that, and then looking at the other potential positions of need and addressing those later. And yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the direction they take.
Yeah, and we do have Dave coming back in. Dave Cho, welcome back, Dave. And before that, want to get to the last two picks real quick for everyone. We did see the Chargers go for wide receiver Quentin Johnston, which makes it 2 straight wide receivers. And then the Ravens go for wide receiver Zay Flowers at 22, excuse me. So that's 3 straight wide receivers. So wide receivers, after basically being neglected the entire first round, we've seen 3 come off now in the space of 3 picks. So that's a little bit interesting. Yeah, Addison is the one sort of first round guy still there. So pretty crazy. But yeah, a lot of players on the board here that I think are surprising to people. Yeah, Daniel, I do want to get your thoughts sort of on the first round as a whole. I know you wear a lot of hats right now.
Yeah.
Obviously, I think the Falcons are your true love, but you're covering a lot of bases right now. How do you feel sort of about how the first round has played out to this point?
Real quick, shout out Zay Flowers. I had the chance to interview him. Sorry, long day. Interview him one-on-one in Vegas at the Shrine Bowl. Outstanding guy. Love Zay. Very excited for him. First round recap, crazy. Lot of surprising things I feel like have happened. You know, I mean, Houston moving up to 3 really surprised me. I'm not sure I've ever seen anything like that, and I'm not sure I ever will, honestly. But that was a very interesting move. You know, I felt like, Emmanuel Forbes went really early. Same thing with Kalijah Cansey as well. Very, very early. It's just kind of been a really bizarre first round. A few guys have fallen that I really was not expecting. And again, a few others who have kind of ended up higher. So, I think obviously a lot of people had Young at pick 1. And then I feel like Levis the whole talk about him was, if it's not 4, where's it going to be? And I kind of think we've seen that really come into fruition today. He's still I think he's still available, right?
Yeah.
Who?
Yeah.
Who was it? Sorry, I just totally spaced out.
Levis.
Yeah, Levis. Yeah.
Crazy. Yeah. So, I mean, wild to watch everything, unfold there, but it's been fun for sure. Very, very active phone. If I had to guess, it's probably been a very unhealthy screen time thing for me today. But, it's all part of the fun of draft season and, kind of just embracing it all. So, obviously, I'm sure that you all probably had a little bit more fun than I have tonight hopping on the pod. But, it's part of it. So I guess it's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. Yeah. Well, you've been mostly writing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just cranking out those breaking news hits.
Dude, I've got like 3 things on Bijan up in the last hour alone. It's rough. I still have more to do too. So Friday's not going to be a very productive day. I'm probably looking at about 5 hours of sleep tonight if I'm lucky. But you know what? It's cool. Shout out Bijan. Shout out the newest Atlanta Falcon, Bijan Robinson. I'm still trying to say it out loud because I still don't believe it. But
it's crazy.
Congratulations, Bijan. I look forward to covering you, brother.
Yeah, I mean just such a fun guy. Like I think people underrate him. And I don't expect fans to listen to every interview or follow guys extensively in college, but Bijan is such a fun interview. I'm just really looking forward to him at training camp, just getting to get to talk to him and just cover him. He's such a fun player in general. Just a great guy.
Yeah, I shared the story on Twitter earlier. So I think it was the 3rd day of the combine. I was walking in with one of the college scouting guys for another team, and him and I walked right by Bijan. Guy's just grinning. I mean, he's just walking on his own. I probably just walked out of some other kind of combine deal, just happy to be there, just really upbeat. I mean, I talked with him earlier that day, and I guess he probably met with this team as well. But he remembered us both instantly. He's a just really genuine guy. Could not speak more highly of Bijan. I really think that he's the type of guy character-wise that, I mean, he's just flawless across the board as a football player, as an individual person. I really could not be more excited about just his overall profile right now. And really, as you said, very excited to hopefully be able to cover him over the summer as well. And for the next 4 to 5 years minimum.
Yeah. Really, really exciting pick there. Brings
There's some.
a lot of you. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
So I was going to say, and as you say, there's some fun personalities in that room now. The Falcons have been pretty good in the last few years with kind of getting some good personalities in their running back room. We saw Mike Davis going to the Hawks games and do all of those kind of things, which kind of put him in a good light for the Falcons fans. And Falcons fans are looking for players to get behind. They're looking for a hero out there. They're looking for someone who they can kind of adopt as their own. And yeah, like with him and Patterson in that running back room, I think there's a good potential for some kind of fun stories throughout the year.
Yeah, no doubt. Just a great. It's going to be a really fun offense. No matter what else happens, we have that. We have that to look forward to. Dave, welcome back in as well. I know you've been flying around with the coverage. Any insider tips? Are the Falcons trading up here, Dave?
No, but I wouldn't mind if they did. There's a lot of guys falling. Hell, I would have taken Flowers,
Yeah, we might kill Daniel if they trade up. Like that might push him over the edge from an excitement and workload angle. Yeah. So we're not hoping for that, but for the excitement angle, yes. For the Daniels mental health and stability, not. But we do have a pick here for the Vikings at 23, wide receiver Jordan Addison. So 4 straight wide receivers going in the 20s here. Pretty crazy stuff, guys.
Like last year when the Falcons kicked it off with London,
Yeah.
Similar thing. Even more compressed, but
yeah. I mean, it's 4 picks. Yeah, like 4 wide receivers in just a short bit there. Looks like pick 25 or 24 up now. So, the Giants have made a trade for it. Yeah. So
I was going to say it's really started. Well, not the Giants are perhaps not the team I was thinking of, but it's really starting to open up when you look at. There was quite heavily, like everyone's expectation is that Levis goes in the first round, or everyone's expectation certainly was that. There were kind of rumblings that teams were quite liking Hendon Hooker towards the end of the first round. This is, as we said before, this is kind of the territory that if you are looking for your quarterback, this is the territory you start moving up into, and you start having those phone calls because of the 5th-year option that comes with it, and that kind of flexibility and the keeping a guy on a reasonable rookie contract for that extra year. So, I mean, just in general, when you look at the board, none of the teams who are in that position currently are in the market for a quarterback. Like there's no real way of spinning it otherwise. So yeah, I think we're probably going to start seeing some activity here.
Yeah, I'm curious. The Giants just swap up one spot with the Jaguars. I'm wondering who they're targeting here. If it's maybe one of the corners, because I know the Jaguars were rumored to be interested in corner. It might. You have to think if it was a tackle that the Jaguars would probably have not made the trade because they're wanting to get a tackle maybe to replace Cam Robinson for a few games, or just to replace Jawan Taylor, who they also lost.
Brian Branch would be fun in this defense with.
Well,
they've got Martindale now, don't they?
That's what I was thinking too.
Yeah. So I'm wondering about that because I think if Branch gets past these next few teams, like if he gets past the Giants, the Jags, the Cowboys, I think there's a chance that the Falcons are now looking to go up for him. He's definitely someone I think they're really interested in. Nolan Smith also still here, so that's one to watch. Again, I don't know how aggressive they feel like they need to be, but I wonder if we'll see tight ends start to go. Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, Darnell Washington, all were sort of considered in this range, and none of them have gone, but we did see the 4 wide receivers go, which is kind of interesting. So definitely some interesting players that are looking to be on the board here in the later picks of the first round. We're probably what, less than an hour out now from the end of this draft. We'll see. I mean, of course, NFL Network and it's not NFL Network's fault. It's, the whole media empire. They're going to drag it out as long as possible. So we'll be here. We'll be here, guys. All 260 of you that are still here. You guys are the diehards. So appreciate all you guys. But yeah, what do you guys think about the potential for the Falcons to trade up? Because I don't think it's necessary, but I wonder. They've never made their original second round pick. They've never done it. So, they're definitely considering moving off of it to keep the streak going at the very least. So, yeah, Daniel, I'm curious what you think the chances are of a trade up back into the first, or maybe is it not that aggressive?
It wouldn't surprise me if they did. So apparently they really like Keon White. I think Kevin, I think we talked about that on the podcast, just how natural fit he is. We got the approval. Yes, sir, Dave. Anyways, Keon White, I think he would be a very logical trade-up target. I'm not sure he'll make it past maybe, pick 35, once you start reaching round 2. So, logically, if you want to move up, having the option to, have the 5th year there is not a bad, idea either. And so to me, him or Branch would be ideal targets. I'm sure as I say that, one of the two will probably fly off the board just because why not? But, I think if you're looking at trade-up targets, those are probably the 2 guys. But, I think it'd be pretty logical. Apart from me wanting to actually get more than 5 hours of sleep tonight, I would actually be very fond of the idea. So that's kind of where I land with it. Andy, very, very curious to hear your take.
All I'm saying is it's 4 a.m. here, so...
It's getting really spicy for Andy. Yeah.
So 5 hours sleep would be a luxury.
I feel bad now. Yeah.
No, I don't have to do anything. This is a conscious choice by me.
Okay, good. I didn't want you to feel like you were obligated to be here, Andy.
Yeah,
you're officially
exactly,
released if you need to go. So
yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good. Yeah. But yeah, I think it's kind of one of those ones where as you start looking through it, you can talk yourself quite easily into a move up, can't you? As we said earlier, we're expecting the Falcons to potentially have another second round pick next year if the Calvin Ridley situation goes as we hope that it will, and as so it gives that additional bit of kind of flexibility to move around. I don't know what kind of the market is saying at the moment, but we were hearing. We've been hearing kind of throughout the draft that teams are looking to move back where possible. So there's a possibility that the Falcons wouldn't have to give up too much to do it. 44 to, let's say, 25 is quite a big, it is a big distance to travel. But as they start, as these picks start ticking along, it starts getting kind of a lot more reasonable. And you can talk yourself into it and say, okay, so, the guys you said, or you can start looking at it and say, Nolan Smith's still there. I think that there's still some good cornerbacks there. Is Joey Porter Jr. still on the board? So, who's a guy who's obviously more of an outside option if the Falcons feel as if the guys that they've currently got could be upgraded on. And I'm kind of feeling more and more confident that there will be good players available, and that the Falcons, if they don't kind of panic and force a decision, that there will be some kind of interesting players available at 44. So I'm always kind of in the camp of don't trade up because you want as many kind of swings at it as you can do. But if they do, we know that looking at the prospects available, we know that it will be someone who improves the team. We know the team will be getting better, and you can't complain too much about the team getting better.
Yeah. So the Giants at pick 24 here, Cornerback Deontay Banks from Maryland, definitely one of the best players left on the board. Joey Porter Jr. in for a bit of a slide here, surprisingly so, but that was another piece of buzz that ends up being true here. But yeah, Dave, I'm curious your thoughts on a potential trade up here for the Falcons. Anyone that you would be considering in this range?
I think Keon White is sort of the guy. You know, let's get Ryan Nielsen, the sort of prototypical end for his defense if we can, and I think he's a good fit there. I also think it's worth remembering that the Falcons talked openly in the few days before the draft about, you know, it's going to be hard to make this 53-man roster this year, right? So maybe this is the year that you don't need as many swings because you feel good about, you know, trading up and getting the handful of guys you really need to fill this roster out. So I wouldn't be surprised if they do it. I think there will be, to Andy's point, plenty of good players left, so they don't need to move up. But I wouldn't be surprised if they catch wind that, you know, somebody they really covet is not going to be there at 44, that they take a hop, skip, and a jump. It probably won't be tonight, you know, at 1 a.m. or whenever we finish up. But it's,
at this point,
I could see it tomorrow. Yeah.
We also know the Falcons because one of the knocks on Keon White is he's an older prospect, isn't he? I think he's 24, which obviously ancient. Like how's
so
he
old, old man.
How's he able to still function at
Yeah.
that age? But he is 24, and we know that that's not a major thing for the Falcons. Richie Grant was an older prospect, and they were still happy to take him. So I think, yeah, he's an interesting option to look at.
Yeah, and we do have another trade here. The Jaguars trade back again with the Buffalo Bills. So the Bills are now on the clock at 25. So we're getting close to the record if we haven't passed it already for trades in the first round.
I haven't seen any of the compensation for any of the recent ones.
No, the last one was like one spot, so I imagine it's probably a day 3 pick, and this one also is just a couple spots, so probably fairly minimal. But it looks like the Jags are trying to pick up, you know, some day 3 picks, and that could make them more aggressive on day 2. Maybe they package those together and go up and get somebody else. But yeah, we just saw Deontay Banks go off. I do wonder the Bills trading up for someone here. I wonder where they could go. But like you guys were saying, a lot of good players still on the board here. Will Levis continues to slide, which doesn't surprise me, to be honest. Man, Pete Prisco's in shambles. The poor guy. You know, look, when you're that aggressively going after people and calling them sheep for liking for not having Will Levis as QB1, I mean, you're gonna catch some shade, Pete. So you know.
Should maybe stay offline for a couple of days, is what you're saying.
maybe, but I think he can take it. You know, he's a grizzled veteran of the NFL media landscape, so he's used to being wrong. Because that's the thing, folks. If you're in this business long enough, you're going to be catastrophically wrong at some point. So you just better get it out of the way, right? Get used to it. It happens.
Allow my mock draft to enter the chat here. Shout out to Smith at pick 8. Not looking too hot right now, but. You know what? I'll take it in stride. I'll take it in stride. I'll catch my L and try to, you know, improve on it next year. But
yeah.
Oh well.
The secret, Daniel, is to do like 50,000 mocks, so you can always say that you had. Like I think the only person I didn't get was Nolan Smith, and I was debating if I was going to put him in the last one. And it's like, well, by the time I get to the draft, I'll have done like 20 mock drafts, so I can just say, oh, I mocked this guy, so I'm really smart.
Yeah, I did have a feeling it would be him.
Yeah.
I only did 2 this year. That was my problem. I only did 2. So
oh man, those are rookie numbers, Daniel. You got to pump those numbers up. Yeah.
Apparently, the Giants gave up picks in round 5 and 7 to go up. So 160 and 240 to move from 25 to 24.
Okay, interesting.
Okay.
Interesting stuff. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So yeah, we're waiting on the Bills pick here. It is in. Yeah, I'm so it looks like it was pick 130, the Bills trade to go up from 27 to 25, which I believe is a late fourth.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Jags getting a few day 3 picks here. I'll never say no to 4th round picks, you know, like I love 4th round picks. You can usually get good players in the 4th round pretty much every year. Big fan of 4th round picks. That's like prime off-ball linebacker, running back, wide receiver 3 territory, slot corner, big nickel safety. That's the prime area for that. So I'm into
it's a
that.
nice place. Yeah. It's a nice place to take a swing on those guys who fell as well, isn't it? Where you go, oh, you know what? It's a 4th round pick. We can throw it at him. We can overlook these kind of things.
You really have to appreciate a good 4th round pick.
It is.
It's just kind of one of those things where it's like really appreciate it.
It's
Especially
like a
if you're the Falcons,
well-aged cognac.
good 2nd or 3rd round picks.
Yeah. Well, I'm unfortunately, I don't know if Daniel knows about fine well-aged cognac at this point. That's okay. We'll get Daniel into the brews part of the pod in future years. I do wonder though, like here at pick 25, like the Bills moving up a couple spots to get above, Dallas, obviously. Wondering who they're targeting here. I know they've been linked to offensive tackle, but again, the Jaguars likely to target an offensive tackle, so seems like maybe they wouldn't make that pick. I'm curious. I'm curious to see because I think the selection's coming up right now, but this is one that I maybe it's one of the pass rushers. I know like Miles Murphy's there. Maybe it's a corner. I'm curious. So we're gonna get the selection here. Goodell's making his way out there. They like to take their time. If you guys have learned one thing tonight from this draft party, you'll know that they like to take their time to announce these picks.
Patient man.
Yep. All right. With 25th pick. Getting good at reading Goodell's lips at this point. It's one underrated skill. It is the tight end. Dalton Kincaid, first tight end comes off the board. It is Dalton Kincaid, folks. So they must have. Yeah, I'm guessing they were worried Dallas was going to go Dalton Kincaid. I know that's been a popular spot along with Michael Mayer. So get the first tight end off the board. So I think
this may start a run on tight ends.
It could.
I think we might see at least one, probably for sure at 26 with the Cowboys, right? And then probably maybe one more after that. So
Bengals is a nice spot, isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bengals. I'm sure they would love. Yeah, this is the Cowboys and the Jaguars. I feel like if Brian Branch makes it through the next couple picks, then we're on watch. Like we're on watch. Like the Falcons trading up for Brian Branch, like for sure. And like maybe they wait longer into day 2, and like if it works out, then fantastic. Good on you, Falcons. But I'm starting to get a little bit itchy with my trigger finger here to go get Brian Branch because he just screams the type of player that they love, like that they want. They want that big nickel safety. There's no one better at it in this class than Brian Branch. I think it's a really underrated need, and I think people sort of view that third safety as like, well, that's a backup. No, not in this defense. It's not. It's a starter. So they want to go light box and they want to go 3 safeties. So, I just keep an eye on it. That's all I'm saying. So if I nail my Bijan prediction and the Falcons are going to trade up for Brian Branch prediction, I'm just going to log off and retire, and that will be my big W's for the year. And I will make no further predictions because I'll know that's the last one. I can never get more than 1 pick. So if it happens twice, I'll be really concerned about what's about to be coming my way in terms of the karma. So
maybe you're the decision maker. You just didn't know.
Maybe I've been Terry Fontenot all along. So he's calling me for the draft picks, ladies and gentlemen. So
Scooby-Doo unveiling.
Yeah. Oh, it's just been Kevin this whole time. Just some bloggers making the picks. I'm sure some fans probably think that's what's happening. So
we all thought it was Aaron Freeman the whole time.
I know. Yeah. Yes. What a surprise. But we got the Cowboys on the clock here.
He's
yeah, go ahead.
Definitely
Andy.
doing an extended victory lap right now. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, all of us, hashtag Bijan or bust folks. This is our time to celebrate. We have to celebrate the W's when they come. Because according to the people that don't like the Bijan pick, there's not going to be very many W's going forward. So, we have to celebrate now, take our victory lap before the season. So,
I feel like Jahmyr Gibbs, falling off the board at pick 12 kind of validates, Atlanta taking Robinson at pick 8. Like, I don't know. There's a whole lot of talk about running backs not being valued very highly, and then you see one go off the board at pick 12. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not here to, tell people how to view the running back position, but if you connect the dots a little bit there, it kind of looks like teams are valuing the position a little bit more. But that's just me. That's kind of my little hot take, kind of a little hot I wouldn't call it a rant, but no, I do think that should quiet some of the people hating on running back at 8, considering one literally went off the board at pick 12. So,
Well, yeah.
And to another
And
team
especially a
that
team
has
who took it,
a running back.
right? Like they
Sorry,
had
bro.
running backs.
yeah.
Yeah. It's
Nickel to Swift.
well, yeah. Did the Lions sign David Montgomery too? Who signed David Montgomery?
Yeah,
Who
they
did
did.
sign Montgomery?
Did they sign?
Swift
Yeah,
and
I was about to
Montgomery.
say. I thought they signed Montgomery too. So they now have DeAndre Swift, David Montgomery, and Jahmyr Gibbs. So
Dan Campbell needs to be stopped. That man has too much power.
you think the Falcons are crazy? Like, come on, guys. Like it's. I mean, the Falcons are paying a lot of money to Cordell Patterson, but Cordell Patterson's the GOAT. Like, so it just is what it is.
His Twitter takes alone are the contract. So
His recruiting is worth the cap hit
Assistant
alone. Like, and if he scores like 2 return touchdowns this year, which maybe like he just needs to be a returner, let him return kicks and play at the goal line and just crush people. And then at the end of games, you just put in Cordell Patterson for like 5 carries and he just breaks people's soul. Underrated, I think, aspect of the Falcons offense.
yeah. So I just I have a friend real quick who covers Pittsburgh. Apparently Christian Gonzalez had a very bad pre-draft visit with them and apparently was off their draft board because they felt like he lacked a competitive edge. Which I find that to be very interesting, especially considering people thought he might have been an option at pick 8. As we established yesterday, Kevin, the Falcons love short kings at corner. It's kind of always a little bit of an odd fit, but no, apparently that might have contributed to why he fell, or at least for Pittsburgh. So
Interesting. Yeah, very interesting. This stuff matters. I'm not calling anybody specifically out in the chat, but you guys know who you are. And like teams care about this stuff. Like teams care about the meetings. They care about the interview. They care about the off field. You can't just look at the tape. If all you had to do was look at the tape, then we'd be GMs, watching tape is easy. Like figuring out the complexities of what is this person going to do when they come to the NFL, when they get a guaranteed contract, when they come to a new city, like all this stuff is complicated. I'm not trying to call any players out that they can't, adjust to that, but it's the best ability is availability, right? You got to play. We see guys drop all the time for red flag medical issues, but the character stuff is part of it.
It's a job interview, yeah.
Yeah, and it is. And you may disagree with it. It's easy for us, for those of us who don't have the intel, to be like, well, they should have had Jalen Carter on their board, but they met with him on a top 30 visit. They gave him an opportunity to make his case in person. This is not just we met with him at the combine, we talked to him briefly, we zoomed him. No, they had him in Flowery Branch for a top 30 visit. Jalen Carter, and I'm sure a lot of teams, like Daniel mentioned, they had guys like Christian Gonzalez into the building. Talking too fast, too many takes to get off here. That stuff really matters. And it's, I think, something that the average fan, not disparaging the average fan, we love you guys. And shout out to the 283 viewers exactly we have in the channel right now.
283, surely that's not a bad number.
Yeah, somebody needs to get in here immediately or leave to fix that. So I'd rather somebody join, though. Please stay. But, it's easy for us who don't get the intel to be like, well, it shouldn't matter that, Jalen Carter's character, I don't think it's a big deal. Like, that's fine. You could say that, but like, we're not privy to that information. That's what separates the media from the teams. The teams get that intel. They talk to the coaches, they talk to friends, they talk to teammates, they find out if anybody came to their birthday party, like all that stuff. And some of it's more important than others. as the movie illustrates, right? But it's complicated. There's a lot that goes into it, and don't write off medical, especially, but also off-field stuff, because it does matter.
And it's a risk assessment, isn't it? It's
Yeah.
one of those things where you look at, and it's easy for us on Twitter to say, oh yeah, I'd do this if I was in charge, but our jobs don't depend on it. Like, as we kind of as Kevin and Dave, you alluded to earlier, with like, there was a pretty substantial number of Falcons fans who hated the Matt Ryan pick, and Matt said he threw his jersey he threw his jersey away and didn't pick it up again for 6 months afterwards. They didn't take Glenn Dorsey, and it's like, yeah, like it's easy to have that kind of emotional attachment to it as a fan, and to say, oh, I'd have done this, I'd have done that. But you just kind of have to have faith in the fact that they will have put hundreds of hours into their evaluation of Jalen Carter. They'll have watched every bit of film that he had. They'll have spoken to him for hours and hours on end. They'll have spoken to all of his coaches. They'll have spoken to everybody that they could do about it. And they decided that the best option for them was taking Bijan.
Yeah. And then, like, it's underrated how much of a layup Bijan is at 8. Like, sometimes you just take the double, like I think we had this exact conversation, Daniel, on our pod. It was like, just take the double. You don't have to go for a home run every time. Like, take the double. That's going to get you the runs you need to win the game, and that's about as far as I go with baseball. That I don't really have any other baseball.
We're not playing
knowledge.
baseball, so
yeah,
you don't want to double at all. You want 10 yards.
Well, there you go. Yeah. So that's about the extent of my baseball knowledge right there. But but yeah, it matters. Yeah.
Yeah, kind of, to me, because I thought about wording it the exact same way earlier tonight, and then I got to thinking about it. It's like, he's a double, but he could very easily end up being a literal home run, year one, straight off the bat. Like, would it surprise anybody if he won Offensive Rookie of the Year? He might be the betting favorite.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Like, I mean, he's going to be impact player week 1, and I don't think you can overstate that. Like, I mean, the guy's he's a dog. I mean, he's a flat out dog, and you cannot, in my personal opinion, it's going to work out. I would be absolutely, I guess the way that I would word it is that it's going to take something catastrophic for him to not end up being a good pro. Yeah. So to me, safe double with potential to legitimately be a just grand slam type of pick, and very, very excited to watch his career play out for sure.
Yeah. And like it matters, the little things matter, especially for first picks. And we talked about this earlier. Like, this is the face of your offseason. For the Falcons this year, maybe you could argue that the face of the offseason is like Jesse Bates or Calais Campbell or something like that. But like, at least the face of your draft, which is like the most important thing media-wise for your team from like April to, September when the season starts. There's probably no better option than Bijan for that aspect of it. And the confidence in him as a person and as a player on the field, it's extremely high. So, I think it's underrated sometimes to not try to overthink things and get too into the weeds with, what's the best value or who is going to give us the most surplus value, or who's going to give us the most cap savings, or all this. Like, who's the best player who's going to help our team the most? Like, who's going to help Desmond Ridder be the most comfortable this year? Who's going to help the Falcons win the most games? There's no argument, in my opinion, that Bijan Robinson moves the needle for this offense more than any other player would in this entire draft. He moves the needle forward. Yeah. Yeah.
And I think as Daniel just said, like, the range of outcomes for Bijan, barring anything we don't want to talk about, like, he's going to be a good player, and it's always a difficult one to do as the draft is happening, because we all 100% trust and back our evaluations of players, like, at this stage of it, don't we? So we always say, well, why would they do that when, like, Christian Gonzalez is a top 5 player in the draft, or Jalen Carter is a top 5 player in the draft. But whatever it is, like, you look back to last year, you look back to the year before, the hit rate in the draft is so low, and the Falcons have actually done a very good job in the first rounds of getting good players. Might not always be the very best player. We all know tack over TJ Watt and all of these kind of instances of it, but the Falcons have done a good job of not completely whiffing on prospects so far. And whether you like Kyle Pitts or whether you thought they should have taken Jamar Chase or whatever, it's kind of a similar situation where there's no, I don't think there's any possibility that the Falcons get to the end of Kyle Pitts' rookie deal and say, you know what, that was a bad pick. There might be players that have had better careers than him, in a similar way to, we don't know with Bijan if what other players are going to do. But in a vacuum, when you are just looking at him and evaluating him as a prospect and evaluating what he looked like on the Falcons, it's difficult to say that it's a bad pick.
Yeah, absolutely. No question there. Jaguars going up for their pick right now, so we'll get that to you guys. Pick 27. Probably one of the most likely places for Brian Branch to come off the board. I sort of imagine they're leaning offensive tackle after the Cam Robinson news, so we'll see. So Goodell is, yep, it is a tackle. Anton Harrison from Oklahoma is the pick here at 27.
Branch.
Yeah, so Brian Branch still here.
You're getting into these territories of if you look at the teams that are coming up now, with Bengals, Saints, Eagles, Chiefs, Steelers, and Cardinals, they're all those kind of teams who have in recent years deployed those kind of versatile DBs as well, haven't they? In various ways, and had fun with them and moved them around. I can't remember exactly which of those still those teams still have those players, but they have been teams in the past that have kind of taken a swing on those guys and tried to integrate them into their defense. So
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like this pick, especially for Brian Branch. Obviously, we're on Branch watch, like officially now. And the Bengals, I have to imagine they're going to take Michael Mayer here because that's kind of a layup for them. But after this pick, obviously the Falcons aren't going to trade with the Saints. I sort of think that's unlikely. Obviously Fontenot does have that relationship there. So if there were going to be a weird interdivisional trade, maybe like Fontenot, due to his relationships there, could make something work, but very unlikely. So then you're looking at, of course, the final 2 picks, more or less, of this round, with the Eagles and the Chiefs. And, do either of those teams want to make that first round pick? Are the Falcons feeling aggressive enough that they need to make a move for Brian Branch right now? Or it could be Nolan Smith. It could be Miles Murphy. I mean, it could be a corner. Like, there's so many players are left on the board right now. Maybe that reduces the need to trade up in some ways, but there's also a lot of tantalizing targets available. So
when you look at Murphy, Keon White, Branch, Smith, I mean, really, those are 4 guys who have been linked with Atlanta throughout the whole process. At various points at 8 for 3 of the 4 of them. I'm old enough, post-combine, mid-combine. It's like Brian Branch at 8 was a realistic option for some people. I was never fully there, to clarify, but there were some people who thought like, hey, why not Brian Branch, right? I mean, to me, I would not hate it. Apart from, again, the whole sleep schedule thing, I really would not hate them moving up right now at all. I think it's, frankly, I would endorse it. Like, I mean, really, you got value there. I cannot believe Smith is on the board at this point. I thought Tampa Bay at 19 was the floor for him. I mean, he's now made it almost 10 picks after that. So to me, you're really starting to reach a point where it's like, what's wrong with him? Is it maybe the was it injury stuff for him last year? Right? I think it was a shoulder. Right. Was it for him?
I can't even remember, but yes, he did miss the last part of the season, right?
Yeah.
So
I remember that part of it. Yeah. And then obviously, there was some talk about production with him, but I mean, really just an outstanding individual. I mean, honestly, I really thought Atlanta would heavily consider him at pick 8. I've heard there's a few guys in there who love him. And so I'm really if he keeps falling, I think he's absolutely in play for a trade up. Same with Keon White, same with Miles Murphy. So to me, frankly, this is probably about as I'd say the board has fallen in a way that would endorse a trade up about as well as it could have for them.
Well,
Yeah.
There was a lot of talk about the Eagles might be interested in Nolan Smith at 12, wasn't there?
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they're just about to be picking again at pick 30. So like the Eagles seem like one of those teams where every year we go, oh, how have they managed to pull that off? But it might be.
They're just going to take the whole Georgia defense. Like, they've got George
basically
Davis,
that,
Jalen Carter, and Nolan Smith. They're just like, let's just recreate the
Kobe
best
team.
college defense. Why not? You know, why not at this point? So, yeah, I mean, it's like part of the equation is like you have to have someone wanting to trade up, and you also have to have someone wanting to trade down. So it's not as easy as the Falcons being like, hey, we want to go up. Like, you need a partner.
Yeah.
You need someone that's interested, and maybe Philly isn't interested because they do want Nolan Smith or whoever else. And, you know, Kansas City the same way. Maybe Kansas City doesn't want to move because they have someone there that they like. I'll throw another name in here. One of my favorite guys. That's John Michael Schmitz, the center / guard. You can play him either spot. Arguably the top interior offensive lineman in the draft. We haven't seen any go so far. He's another guy to keep your eye on. A lot of people thought he'd be gone by this point. So the Bengals here at 28 do take a potential trade-up target here in Miles Murphy from Clemson. Also take him off the board for the Saints. I think the Saints would have loved to get Miles Murphy next pick. So great job, Bengals. Great job by you, Cincinnati. Great job.
I'm going to be interested to see what happens with the other Clemson defensive lineman, Brian. I don't know how to pronounce his name. Is it
Brzee.
Brzee?
I think it's Brzee. Yeah.
Brzee, Brian Brzee, because he kind of pre-season there was a lot of talk of he could be a top 5 pick. He obviously had a very, very difficult personal situation that's happened over the course of the season with his sister passed away. But he kind of kept playing through that and still looks like a kind of like borderline first round talent. So I do wonder if he's one of those players that maybe distraction is the wrong words because like he obviously will have wanted to spend time with his sister. But when he's kind of got that clear head and that headspace and is able to just kind of focus on the game, is he going to be one of those players that we kind of look back on in 2 years' time and say, how did he fall as far as he did?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I can't disagree there. So now the Falcons' arch rival Saints on the board here at pick 29. They got this pick for, of course, the trade of Sean Payton, which really bailed them out because they were in big trouble with no first-round pick here. So, you know, of course, they find a way, as they always do. I'm interested to see the route they go here. I think this would have been Miles Murphy. So I'm curious to see the direction they go. I do think they need offensive line help. I've heard Osiris Torrance linked here before. Nolan Smith doesn't really fit their typical MO of an edge rusher, so I sort of don't think they would go there. Michael Mayer maybe could be a sneaky pick here. You mentioned Brzee. I do think Keon White, though, unfortunately, if you guys were hoping for Keon White in Atlanta, I do think this is a potential Keon White spot as well, for the same reasons that they were considering Miles Murphy.
I want to throw this out there real quick. I just saw the video.
Oh, God. No, Daniel.
I've got one thing to say. Bring me barbecue. Have you guys seen the video already? Is this old news by now?
Which video? Yeah, you cut out right after you said this video. We were like, oh my God. Like, yeah.
Arthur Smith's draft call with Bijan.
Okay.
He goes, we're fired up. I've got one thing to say. Bring me barbecue from Texas.
That Arthur Smith with the most important thing of all on his mind. Please bring me some food. We are getting desperate here in the war room. Also sort of hints that they're planning to stay late in the war room because he can't just, duck out of there and get barbecue right now. So, Bijan, please bring me some barbecue because we're going to be here till the end of the first round. So, inside the lines. Yeah.
They have the presser scheduled for midnight right now. And honestly, with the way the draft's going, it might be more like 12:30. So, I mean, that'll be a fun one. But, You know what? I think I have to go hop on another pod real quick.
You're all good.
Am
You're
I
all good.
invited on for the other nights of the draft?
Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah, I'll send you the link.
Solid. All right, I'll catch y'all later. Shout out the viewers. I hope we have more than 283 right now because
we do. It's no longer 283. We're all good. Yeah, we moved off of that.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, good. Shout out. Until next time.
Nice to see you,
Yep.
Daniel.
Thanks, Daniel. Appreciate you.
Yeah, for sure.
All right. Well, it's just you and I, Andy. Everyone else is tapped out, and you're here at what is it? 5 a.m. now? 4:30?
It's 4:35. Yeah.
Jeez,
So,
my goodness.
yeah.
What a legend. I do appreciate you digging
It's
deep.
honestly the UK fan base, and I mean it's not purely restricted to us. Like Europe in general, and I know like a few Australians as well. Like it's just the sleep schedule that people get into is just wild, and like I know a lot of people who there was just kind of no consideration whatsoever for would they miss out on this, or like I know I'm certainly not alone in being up at this ridiculous hour watching a middle-aged man read names off sheets.
Yeah, I mean, we're sickos, but we admit it, right? All 280 of you guys hanging out this late. It's almost midnight in the States, which not that late for a lot of us, but yeah, we do have the pick in here for the Saints. So we'll get that here for you guys in just a minute. Just a couple more picks. It's helping me stay invested because I do think we're not just blowing smoke to get you guys to stay for the final picks. Like we do actually think there's a legitimate chance that the Falcons do trade up here. We wouldn't do that to you. Like if we were like, okay, it's all good, you guys can leave. Okay, maybe I wouldn't say you can leave, but I would be like, yeah, I don't think that there's a chance. So, so I do think that we got the Saints pick. Well, okay, the Saints pick's coming in now. So we'll go to that first before I start filling the air with random thoughts on where we're at in the draft. Okay, we got Goodell here, pick 29. It is another Clemson defensive lineman, Brian Brzee, to the Saints here. The defensive tackle, so he does sneak into the back end of the first round. Is a thin defensive tackle class, Andy, so not surprised Brzee did end up in the first round.
No, well, actually, and my mock that I did this morning had very, very few hits, but like in terms of like accurate predictions, but I did have Miles Murphy to the Bengals at 28 and Brian Brzee to the Saints at 29. So I'm basically Nostradamus here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if I nailed any picks in my actual mock, but I think I got the first two. I got the Bryce Young and CJ Stroud, so I got that. Yeah,
I thought that I had Will Anderson. I bought into the I suppose it technically they did end up with Will Anderson.
They did.
I think they made the right PR move by even if they were confident they were getting pick 3 by announcing the quarterback first.
That was most wise. That was most wise. Yeah. It's a small thing, but it gives you a lot of faith in D'Amico Ryans in that front office that they're doing things the right way. So
yeah, exactly. He was their first pick. It'll be interesting here because I mean the Eagles, they're so stacked everywhere, aren't they? I know I know we say it's every year with them, but they do such a good job of just adding talent to talent, and they're a true kind of, they're what we want to be in terms of like that kind of like, they just keep adding to the defensive line, don't they? Just keep making it a strength, and they know that it is where they're going to win games. They know that they're going to run the ball. They've got a couple of, don't get me wrong, they've got like superstar receiver in AJ Brown, but they're going to run the ball. They're going to make it difficult for people, and they're going to just keep hitting the quarterback and stopping the run, and just it's quite a nice blueprint for when you compare them to the Chiefs, kind of like the two different ways that you can be successful.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And that the Eagles have not put in their pick yet, so you have to wonder if they're working on something or if they're just sort of killing time. Of course, it's almost midnight, so I think it's okay. You guys don't have to kill time anymore. Like we've stretched this out long enough. It's over 4 hours, right? So
Yeah.
you guys can make the picks. It's cool. But we'll see. We got 2 picks left in the first round. And like the Falcons, may not trade up, obviously. But they could also trade up on day 2, which is what they have done. They did last year, right? They traded up for Ronald Ebiketie. It only cost them, I think, a day 3 pick. So, that could be an option. Or they could be like, look, this looks really deep right now. A lot of guys we like are still here. Let's just wait a few more picks. Let's see. And if it looks like they start coming off, then you go get somebody you like. And if not, you just sit there and hope for the best, right? They don't have a ton of picks anymore. So it's after they traded that 5th for Jeff Okudah and that sort of thing. It's they're not stacked with the picks anymore. But again, they also have a lot of veterans on the roster. So it's not like you need to add 20 guys to this team.
And it's quite a nice spot for, like, I mean, I'm just scrolling through the prospects still remaining. As you said, Brian Branch is one of the big ones that stands out. But yeah, Keon White's still there, Joey Porter Jr. is still there, Derek Hall's still there, Cody Mork's still there, Isaiah Foskey. Like, there's some good player, Nolan Smith, Felix. I'll never be able to pronounce his last name.
Anodike Uzoma.
Yeah, but he's a guy who actually I was kind of really high on when I was watching him, actually, and kind of far more so than most people. But you can kind of see that he looks the part, doesn't he? And he's got those long arms and those long strides, and he kind of has those tools that you're looking for there. So there's definite talent available. It just depends which way they want to go. And we haven't even spoken about some of the cornerbacks, like guys like Cam Smith who are still on the board. As we said earlier, the hope is that they kind of stick to their best player available philosophy, and we just come out of it and say, you know what, just got a stud there, a stud there, a stud there, and we'll make it work in some way. We'll find ways to get them all onto the field, because that does seem to be the way to take it at the moment. Dear Lord, how many people have the Eagles got in their draft room?
Yeah, there's like 30 dudes in there.
There's so many people. Or are we?
They just got off the phone with their draft pick in the NFL. Okay, now they're saying the pick is in, officially. So it seems like maybe it was in before that, but whatever.
So we'll hopefully get to see Andy Reid in a minute and see what what he's cooked up wardrobe wise.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, 2 more picks in the first round. This has been a fun one, Andy. I'm happy to have had you here, I think, for most of it at this point. So appreciate your tenacity. You've outlasted all the other guests. So
yeah,
and you're here in the middle of the night too. Are you just on pure adrenaline?
That's it. I'm hoping they haven't dropped off because I'm here and they're just desperately waiting for me to go to sleep, and then everyone will pile back in. There'll be a party atmosphere.
No, I think we're past that point. I think everyone else is tapped out on takes. So this is the diehards. Been remarkably consistently like 270 to 290 of you in here for the entire draft at minimum. So again, we really appreciate all you guys for hanging out with us. It's been a lot of fun. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. sharp. And of course, on Saturday for day 3, noon. And again, more giveaways, $50 NFL Shop gift card on both of those days. We'll have all that terrific content for you. We'll also have a first round recap show bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m. that I will be recording immediately after this. So, may not be my best takes, at that point. I feel like I've exhausted them all, but hey, you guys need the takes. I will deliver because I'm a man of honor. So anyway, the pick is in here at pick 30 for the Eagles. We'll see if they ever announce it, as they are trying really hard, Andy, to stretch this to midnight. Like, I think
They're
that's what they're
stretching
trying
it,
to do. Yeah.
Well, it'll only get worse as we as we move into day 2 as well, and all of the special guests that start coming out, where they feel as if they need to do like a 2-minute introduction to each of them. And don't get me wrong, some very worthy causes, but it is hard work at times.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So we will get the Eagles pick here, as like 5 people have walked onto the stage for the pick. A lot of Eagles fans in attendance. We have a monologue occurring here, and what appears to be a coin of questionable value. Dude Perfect is apparently there. I don't know who that is. I probably should know, because considering I'm also a YouTube creator, as they phrase him. It's a is this? It's some sort of Travis and Jason Kelsey. Upon further inspection, the coin may actually be metal, so the value may be greater than initially anticipated.
Is that Mrs. Kelsey?
That must be it. Yeah, that must be it. So Travis Kelsey comes up. So are they trying to determine who's going to make the pick, or I don't know. I can't actually hear it because I for legal reasons I can't have the audio on here.
Yeah,
but
you could just
that's what
assume.
I'm saying. You guys think I was joking when I said I think they're trying to drag it out to midnight? Like, I think they absolutely are. They got ad quotas to fill. I understand that game now since I've started doing ad reads. So it is Nolan Smith, the edge rusher from Georgia. So
there you go. As we said, they were rumored heavily to be interested in him at 12 if they hadn't moved about. So yeah, the fact that they're getting him at 30, it's an impressive haul for them.
Yeah, they're just rebuilding the Georgia defense. So
so they've got Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Nakobe Dean.
Yep. They just took the whole Georgia defense, basically. Maybe
so
they still have Keely Ringo's still out there too. So they
this is when they do those kind of thought exercises where they say, "Oh, would Georgia like be able to beat the worst team in the NFL?" And the answer is always no, absolutely not. But in this case, we will see. We will see.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Will the Georgia, like a starting 4, basically? You know, I mean, I think if you had to pick 4 defensive players to play from one college, I mean, that's a pretty good group, especially if Nakobe Dean can come back healthy. So, all right. Well, we've made it, guys. The last pick of the first round, pick 31, not 32, because the Dolphins were unceremoniously stripped of their first round pick for tampering, which has ruined, mock draft simulators all across the globe for getting the numbers off. But one more pick here. We'll see if anything interesting happens. But even if it doesn't, I guarantee you lots of intrigue tomorrow night, right back here on our NFL draft party for day 2. Got a lot of great guests lined up. Maybe Andy, once he wakes up and has a full night's rest, hopefully, we'll have him back. We'll have some other folks in here. We'll have some folks from the Believe Podcast Network in here as well to talk about some of the other draft classes. I know we're going to have Brian Murphy from the Commanders podcast in here to talk about their draft, to talk about Sam Howell, and to talk to us a little bit about Taylor Heineke and what to expect from him. We'll have Joe DeLeon, who is one of the Believe Network's draft experts, to come in and just talk later in the evening, kind of recap stuff. We will be having Aaron Freeman at some point. He says he's just going to come in whenever the vibes are right. So, it's up to you guys basically to figure that out. I don't know. I think we'll be opening up the show with Jake Gordon from Sports Talk ATL. So we got a lot of folks from all across Falcons Twitter, from all across the media landscape. So it's gonna be a fun one with some interesting selections, potentially some movement from Atlanta. Chiefs are still on the clock technically, Andy. So
day 2. This has actually been a kind of rarely intriguing round one. Normally, round one, as much as we get all hyped for it, normally it does kind of drag out a little bit and kind of goes to form. But generally speaking, day two is a more fun day than day one because the cost of acquiring picks has started dropping, but also you kind of get that recalibration period at the end of round one where you go, okay, Falcons have done that. And whereas previously, like we've been so focused on pick 8 and we've been looking at it and saying, you know what, we've narrowed it down to 3 or 4 players and you've just been kind of focusing on them and they've been all this kind of thing. Once it gets to day 2, it can really go in kind of any direction as we are seeing now. We'll see what happens with the last pick. But if you'd been talking 24 hours ago about how the Falcons could potentially get Brian Branch in round 2, people would have been calling you a fantasist. You'd have been getting all sorts of abuse on Twitter for doing so. Whereas depending on what the Chiefs do, it looks as if it's coming, like it's kind of coming to fruition. So I agree with you. We should see a bit of movement and some kind of unpredictability. Because remind me, what picks is it just the second and the third? Just 1 second, 1 third that the Falcons got.
I think just one each. Yep.
Okay.
And there's also the potential that they trade down from 44. I feel like they're gonna move off that pick. Fontenot has some clear trends, right? They take the unicorn at 8 on offense, and then they move off the second round pick, whether that's up or down, and then they get rid of their 7s. That is, so far, those are the things I think. If that happens this year, then we can bank on that every single year going forward, without fail. So it is going to be the Chiefs picking here. So unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on your take on that, the Falcons do not move back into the first round. And again, probably not necessary considering how many of their potential targets are still here. But exactly what you said, Andy. We did a patron mock draft with our Patreon supporters, by the way, guys. Patreon.com/Falcoholic Live if you want to support the show, get some exclusive perks. And Brian Branch fell to 44, and the patrons voted to take him. They're like, yeah, we think he could be there. We want to take him. So we took him, and people were furious in the comments, like, oh, there's no way. There's a 1% chance he falls to the second round. Well, we'll see still, right, if he does. But, I think it might be more than 1%, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So
yeah. I mean, I'm just looking at, picking a 44, then 75, then there's 2 4th-round picks. And then there's a wait from pick 113 to pick 224.
It's going to be a long one. I hope they get rid of those. If they could package those for like a 5th or a 6th, that would be great.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. 224 and 225. So we got back-to-back picks. See if we can do something with those.
It's a good pot sweetener. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Otherwise, it's going to be a painful. Well, are you planning on doing the duration even if the Falcons aren't picking?
If the Falcons aren't picking in the 7th round, then we'll probably wrap it up after like 3 or 4 hours, just to be, if they don't have 7th round picks, we won't stay. But if they have 7th round picks, we'll probably stay. So
you're not
Fontenot, please.
Commenting on which punter the Commanders take or anything like that.
Yeah, probably that's a profit pick right there. With their punter need. The pick is in for the Chiefs. We'll get it here shortly. Maybe they need 8 minutes to drag this out to make it to midnight.
You think they're hanging
So
on?
I don't think they can do it. I think it's the Chiefs. The pick was in too quick. So, but we'll see.
He's walking really slowly across the stage.
He is. He's one step. If he does one step every 30 seconds, maybe we can make this stretch out. But I think they're going to have to chalk this up to a big old L, not getting to midnight. So, just a couple of teams that just dragged their feet a little bit more, Andy, would have been all good.
You excited for everyone to start getting angry about draft grades?
I'm just like that meme of the guy getting blown away, by the blast in the distance and just smiling. I'm ready. I'm ready for that tomorrow
Yeah.
for sure. Yeah.
That's it. There'll be straight away, instant reactions, people furious.
There's a lot of
As if-
furious people in the chat. Shout out to you guys for sticking around and still hanging out, even though you're not happy about the pick. And like, you don't need to love it. It's okay. Like, we don't all have to agree on everything. So I just appreciate people being respectful for the most part. Kenneth, you need to calm down, buddy. I've warned you once. All right, if you keep trolling like that and being just the biggest negative Nancy I've ever seen, or negative Nelly, or whatever name you want to put on it, like, buddy, calm down. Okay, we know you hate the pick. Okay, back off. But yeah, well, I don't know. It's almost 55, so maybe it maybe they could do this, Andy. I don't know. I don't see. Oh, there is that Goodell. I see a camera guy. Okay, we're getting there. Okay, nope, it's happening. Okay, it's happening.
I admire your restraint that you've managed to avoid tipping picks so far. Are people sharing picks in the comments?
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Occasionally, but not often. I think they've been pretty well behaved. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, comment section. I just shut down Twitter because yeah, I was on it for like pick 2 to 4, and it's about 2 minutes before it's actually announced that
yeah, pretty much
the people seem to be doing it, and it does kind of ruin the anticipation of it.
Yeah. It is edge rusher Felix Enudike Uzoma. I'll take that one off your plate, Andy. Not make you say that one. So
there you go. As I say,
I had to practice that one in front of the mirror. Yeah. So
yeah. Luckily, won't have to do it on a podcast every single week from now on.
Yep. Well, Andy, we made it. That is the end of the first round of the 2023 NFL Draft. It is almost 5 a.m. for Andy, so we will wrap this up quickly. Any players you want to see them target tomorrow? Any final takes tonight? I guess we'll have you back on tomorrow, so you could probably also deliver some stuff then. But anything else you want to say before we sign off?
Yeah, let me digest it tomorrow morning, and I'll come back with some hot takes and some people that we should be targeting. But yeah, I think it very much fits the vision of what the Falcons want to be. It's a very on-brand pick, and it moves for any pick. This is the one that moves the needle closest to kind of what Arthur Smith envisions the Atlanta Falcons looking like.
Yeah. And, it seems like the takes will be very mixed. Bijan may be the most controversial pick they could have made at pick 8. They don't care, folks. They do not care if you don't like it. So, well, for better or worse, right? They're electing to go in a different direction. Obviously, we hope it works out.
But if it doesn't, there's nothing we can do about it. It's happened.
Yeah, as much as it might seem like we are able to influence things, and maybe we did influence the Bijan betting market and probably made some people some money as a result. We don't actually, have any control over this. So we're just here to comment and deliver some takes and talk about it from a lot of different sides of the spectrum. And this was a very pro Bijan cast tonight, obviously. That wasn't necessarily intentional, but we'll have some folks on that will talk about, some of the downsides to Bijan and why they, preferred other options. So we'll get a full spectrum of takes here. But all right, 11th hour appearance here, folks. Here we go. Adnan, I'm so sorry, buddy. Yeah.
I'm late entrant right now.
Yes,
I did not
11th hour. Yeah.
You've missed
what's that?
round 1.
Yeah. Great job by you coming in right after round 1 ended. Yeah.
Let's go, Hawks. It's over. Oh.
Did I honestly haven't checked it? What happened for the Hawks?
We lost, but it was a great fight, and I'm very proud of the effort.
That's good.
And
that's good.
yes,
yeah.
I rushed home. I rushed home. I'm like, you know what? Let me try to crash the draft party just at the very last second. Very, very fashionably late by about 4 hours here.
Yeah. Well,
They dragged it out deliberately for you as well.
yeah.
No, I mean, no, that wasn't for me. That's for the NFL and ESPN's like massive checks that they're getting from these companies.
Oh yeah, big time. Well, Adnan, if you do want to deliver some takes, how about we wrap this up and then we do the recap real quick.
Excellent. I'm down.
And we'll do that, and we'll get Adnan's takes on the recap, which will be up probably within an hour or two, folks. Not that the show will take that long, but it takes a little while to process. So you can get that there. But Adnan, for the live show, before we sign off, anything you want to say to the people, the 220 sickos that are still here?
I am so happy that you guys are with us. Thank you guys for being with us. This live show never happens without you guys, and I still am always in awe, remembering back to the Facebook Live days of like 5-10 people and the draft parties on Facebook Live, and how far we've come so far. Very, very happy to be with you guys, but more than anything, Bijan, we got him. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Oh, man, I was hyped, bro. Like, it was the first quarter, and I think Trae Young hit a 3, and we got, like, Bijan Robinson. We took the lead, and, man, my life was just complete in that moment. Like, it was just like, all right, if I'm to be taken right now. Actually, no, not really. I want to watch.
Don't actually do that, but yeah,
don't actually take me. I'm still a very young man. Like, please, I'm only in my mid-20s.
Yeah,
we got him.
We got him.
We got him.
Man.
I am so happy. How many times has it happened that we think back to the Dan Quinn era, and they never get the guy who we think it is, and 2 out of the last, not all 3 of the last 3 drafts, they went with the layup. They had the layup. They didn't overthink it, and they got him. They got Bijan Robinson, and we just got the next LT, according to some people, according to some comparisons. We just got the next freaking Thanos out here, and I cannot wait for him to snap his finger at the bends and to eliminate the other team's chances. And you know what? I'm so pumped. And even though the Hawks lost tonight, that's at least the silver lining in my night. We got him.
Yeah. So, good stuff there.
No, I'm not drunk. I don't drink.
Adnan does not drink. He's high on life, guys. He's high on life, legitimately. So, all right. Well, Andy, it's officially after 5 a.m. So we're gonna wrap this up. Adnan and I will record
Andy,
our reactions.
Holy shit, you're in Europe right now.
Yes, he's in the UK.
Andy is bigger sicko than Andy right now.
Yeah, Andy has been here. He's outlasted everyone. He outlasted Dave. He outlasted all of even our later joining guests. Andy has outlived them all.
Andy, you are the man. I love talking with you about the draft last season. You're going to be here for day 3, right?
Yeah, I can be on whenever. I have no plans other than just kind of sitting in front of the TV. So works for them.
Thank you, my friend. That's excellent. I cannot wait to talk more Falcons football with you on day 3. It's
going to be a good one.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for joining and for tapping in tonight and for spending literally the entirety of your night, following along with some Falcons draft. I hope you're not working in a few hours.
I am. I start work in a few hours. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you are the man. You are the man.
I'll just book loads of meetings and fall asleep instead.
You are the man. I absolutely salute you.
Yes, thank you, Andy. Appreciate you really, really carrying us through this late portion of the draft, guys. He is Andy S. Gallagher on Twitter. Anything you want to plug before we sign off, Andy?
No, I don't think so. Looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah, it's
absolutely.
I'd say day 2 is the most fun day. Plenty of moving around. It can go in any direction, but I think it's a good start. It's again, you can see the Falcons' identity starting to kind of take form, and excited for the future. It's going to be, if nothing else, it's going to be more fun.
Absolutely, guys. Adnan joined us late. He's at Say Which Way. We'll have his takes here on our instant reaction show, which will be up on your platform of choice here shortly. And guys, I'm Kevin Knight at Falcoholic Kevin. Thank you to all 200 still here. 4.5 hours in. Congratulations to Paul Mack on winning the giveaway. And we will be back on day 2 at 7 p.m. Eastern, bright and early. Well, right when the draft starts, whatever. We'll have some more takes. So guys, again, thank you so much. Like, subscribe, give us that 5-star review if you listen to the podcast audio, or if you just have time to do that, that'd be cool too. And we will see you 7 p.m. for day 2 on Friday of the 2023 NFL Draft. Until then, guys, sleep well, enjoy, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a